Welcome, friends. Today we are doing a Christmas live stream. Ho, ho, ho. That's right, friends. Today we are back with another live stream. And it's Christmas. It's a Christmas live stream, of course. How are you? I am fantastic and I am doing really well. How are we, everyone? Just checking in. I will be doing the live stream. It'll just be a normal-ish live stream, but a place where people may come and congregate. Well, that's for some reason I'm turning up my volume instead of turning it down. How are we doing? Sabri, please. Dushan, Vic, Gunmetal, Micah, Mark Perkins. Welcome, Mark Perkins. Patchouli Pappy, Juro, John, Perfume Snobs. How is everybody? I hope you are well. I am good. I am good. Ate turkey. It was fucking vile if you want the God's honest truth, but there we are. The rest of the dinner was lovely, but fucking hell, I hate turkey. Once a year is more than enough. More than enough. Jesus. A horrible bird. Raphael, how are you? Some unfamiliar. How goes it? Oh, I am feeling festively plump. Had some sweeties. Had some Schlur, because I don't drink alcohol, which is a particularly bitter elderberry kind of grape juice. Oh, excuse me. Welcome, Pat Lester. This is not a StreamYard stream, Lily. No, you're right. I forgot. Totally forgot. I thought about having some guests on, and I forgot. But we've started now, so we'll finish. It's not to worry. I did just abjectly forget, though. Like, nothing else to it at all. A silly boy. Maybe I'll do one next week, in the next week, next year, next month. I don't know. Maybe I won't. I don't know. We'll just go with the flow, see how it goes, see what happens. Oh, hope everybody is happy. Did anyone get any fragrances for Christmas? I wore my Christmas scent of the day. It was Feeling Agile by Serge Luton. I thought that would be a lovely candle. And then I remembered I've got Sapin by Diptyque. And so I didn't bother. I thought, bollocks, I'll burn a candle instead. This candle instead. Sapin is a very Christmassy candle, though, you know? Micah is wearing Vert d'Anson. That's a good Christmas fragrance. Divine is not wearing anything because he couldn't be bothered. Welcome, Divine. Welcome, Michael John, and welcome, Sandra. Sandra is wearing Iris Medicis by Nikolai. And was wearing Louis by Guerlain yesterday. I'll foil it. I'll foil you, crazy woman. FIA was my Christmas Eve scent. Google choice. Good choice, says Patchouli Perry. Google choice. Oh, thank you, Tuka Vesa. I appreciate it. Tuka Vesa has donated via coffee. You are too kind. Thank you. I feel very special. I hope you all enjoy my candle. It's looking rather festive on screen at the minute, even if it has kind of shat on the lighting a bit. Let's turn the lighting up, see how that affects it. Not really winning, are we? Not really winning at all. Oh well. We will have words, says Lily. You will have words. I will sit and nod and pretend I am listening. There we go. Oh! Keeping it festive. So how are we all doing? It's that time of year now where we start to look back on the year and see how things went, see how things are. I have had a rather interesting couple of days. My car decided to die on the 23rd, which was interesting, is one way of putting it. Another way of putting it is fucking devastating. I could have done without that massively. This car has been nothing but trouble. And I am upset. And I fear that it might actually be dead and need a new engine if I can be asked to fucking replace said engine. It is a nasty little experience. I may have to buy a new car. I don't know, friends. I'd be a lot fucking happier if it just hadn't happened at all. But there we are. The used car market in the UK is absolutely on its arse as well. You can't get fucking anything these days. You can't get a bargain. You can't get anything decent for any kind of decent price. That's Brexit's fault. Absolutely Brexit's fault. Brexit has completely fucked us over. Fuck Brexit. It was a terrible idea, and the people who introduced it should be fucking hung at Tyburn, but there we are. Oh, excuse me whilst I hydrate. How tasty. How nice this water is. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have replied. To Raphael. Oh. Turn on, tune in, and drop out. What kind of car you have? I have a Subaru Impreza, a diesel one though. Divine says I'd kill for no Brexit right about now. Can't land a visa for my life. Yep. Absolutely fucking appalling state of affairs. The Tories want to decrease visas even more. They're a disgusting bunch of human beings. They fuck this country over. They always do. Because they think they can profit from it. They want to turn this country into a fucking tax haven. I hate them. I hate them. Terrible people. Oh, and Merry Christmas, Bob. Your scent of the night is Dorasima. I hope we are all well. Oh, not sure what to talk about, to be honest with you. We're kind of at that stage of the year where we start to look back on things, but I try not to do that. I could sort of try and assess the year. My goal at the start of the year was to buy less perfume and sell some. I have achieved both of those things in spades. You will have noticed that my acquisition of perfume has dropped off a cliff. You will notice less so because I've never done videos about perfumes that I've sold, which Ramsey, much to his consternation, Ramsey would often say to me, stop selling perfumes before you've done videos on them, or why don't you do videos on them before you sell them? And I was like, no, they've just got to go. It's probably a good idea, but at the same time, if I hadn't got rid of them when I had got rid of them, I probably never would have got rid of them, and they'd just sat there and done nothing. You know, they would have just sat there and done nothing. It's sad, but it's true. So a lot of perfumes have been sold. Very few perfumes have been bought. There will be a video in a couple of weeks' time. A lot of people have started doing their video about their favourite pickups of the year 2023. Which is fucking fine, I say through gritted teeth. Sure, I had that idea first. I didn't, but still, I'd have preferred it if they hadn't done that. But yeah, my favourite pickups of the year. That's a video I'm looking forward to doing. I'm gonna have to go back and do my own go back through my own boxings just to work out what I did buy this year. And wore massively this year. You know, it's been successful. I would say this year has been an overall success. You know, didn't get any perfume or perfume related stuff for Christmas. Didn't particularly want anything. In fact, not hugely asked. I think when you've got a hobby, the worst thing you can do is try and buy something for their hobby when you don't know as much about it as them. Say if somebody I knew was into train sets, right? I would not be trying to buy them something for that train set, because fuck do I know about train sets compared to them. This is like a family thing. Like if there was somebody in the chat who was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna get Rich a gift," then I would obviously have a lot more faith in you to do that than I would like my mother or most of my friends in real life. Oh, I've got... Which fragrances get you the most compliments in your collection, says Fragrance Enthusiast. Well, since I've been keeping count, I've only had 3. One of them was Secret de Parfum, Opium Secret de Parfum by YSL. One of them was Vinay Havan, and the other one I have completely forgot. Which fragrance got me a compliment before that. So that's a bit of a kick in the fucking arse. It was something, but I can't remember. Excuse me whilst I hydrate. I bought my friend a candle, a Christmas candle. Got her a Bois d'Argent candle. So, hello. And please enjoy your candle. That's about the only purchase, like fragrance-wise, I've done for someone for Christmas. Got me mum some jumpers and some jeans. I got Red Dead Redemption, the original, for Christmas. Also, I bought myself a watch earlier this month, so I'm kind of counting that as like my main gift to myself. Is there any upcoming fragrance releases that you are keen about, says Raphael. Thank you for the donation, Raphael. Any upcoming ones? I'm looking forward to smelling the new Chanel Comet. So That'll be fun. Fragrance Enthusiast has deleted a comment. How about Andy Tower Desert? What about it? Shelby. Merry Christmas. It's been quite a year, ups and downs. Incredible overall, says Shelby. Welcome, A. Royal Crown Imperator is Divine's favourite. I had plenty of good purchases, though. Awful year for me, says Boz. Is there any upcoming fragrance releases that you are keen about? Probably the Chanel. I can't think of many. Apparently Tom Ford's got loads of stuff coming out this year. I'm going to have a sniff of Vanilla Sex. I'm going to have a sniff of Vanilla Sex. And apparently there's quite a few other ones coming out. There is a new Chanel men's fragrance coming out. No, apparently this is a new Chanel's private blend. Just picked up Rain from Royal Crown. It's very good, especially if you like Green Irish Tweed. Fortunately, I have Green Irish Tweed. Ashoka, a conqueror who later became anti-violence man of peace, says Boz. Merry Christmas, Ryan. Didn't buy any fragrance in December, kind of a relief actually. Enjoying what I have, says Gunmetal. Yeah, I know the feeling, that's what I'm trying to do. Fragrance Enthusiast keeps deleting their messages. I didn't buy any fragrance in December, kind of a relief actually. Enjoying what I have. Merry Christmas, Brian. Seppa Abdolly. Merry Christmas, Rich. Merry Christmas. What fragrance would you see Arthur in Red Dead Redemption as a joke? Lone Star Memories. I've done a video about it. I did a Lone Star Memories video. I did a review of it and put him as the thumbnail. It's on the channel. It is there. New Chanel. Tell me about that. All I know is it's called Comet or Comet. It's Comet with an extra A on the end. And then after that, I don't know anything about it. I just know it's a private blend called Comet. I bought myself Prada Amber on the advice of you and Ram. I bet I like it or my Christmas will be ruined, says Bilbo. Depends which version you got. Get the Puig version, not the L'Oreal version, because they're fucking butchered it. Hopefully Chanel bring out a new men's fragrance, Blood of Chanel Elixir, I bet. I think they'll start again. I think they'll start with a new, completely different one. Nick S., Merry Christmas to you. Something it is. RG Porom Intense. Pass RG. I saw why Rain was okay over class. It's like a softer Tuscan leather. As long as it's the one from Spain, you're in good shape. Yes. If it's the Puig one from Spain. If you got the one from Spain, I'll stand by that one. No problem. I stumbled upon a 96 gold cap Habit Rouge for a decent price yesterday. I had to pull the trigger on it. Also, decants of a Riesler Doré Antiquity and Bortnikov Vetiver Nocturne 19 are on their way. Good times. Good for you. An exclusive? Yes, I believe it is an exclusive. Bilbo did get the one from Spain. Fragrance Enthusiast says, you mostly like niche fragrance? I wouldn't say that. I've got a pretty decent balance between niche and designer. To be honest, I'd say it's around 50-50. I would say it's around 50-50. Next, Rive Gauche, okay. Rive Gauche Porom. Give me some good fragrance against headaches, says Dushan. Lavande by L'Occitane's really good. What's your take on the comparison between Serge Lutens Borneo and Chanel's Coromandel? Are they in your winter rotation? So I do have both, but I think I would probably go for I would have to spend more time with both. I've had both for quite a while. I've got Coromandel Eau de Parfum, which I really like. I actually do really like. They're very similar though. They've got the same perfumer. Christopher Sheldrake worked on both of them. And he worked on both of them around the same time. I would say the Chanel is a Chanelified version of Borneo 1834. But whether you think that's a good thing or not is another matter. You know, whether you think that's a good thing or not is another matter entirely, because maybe it's not a good thing. Because I can't tell you how impressive what I've just done is. There's the Surge, Borneo 1834. I don't know if you can see that because of the way the light is, but there's the Surge. There's something very gothic against the candle, isn't it? I was browsing for vintage Jubilation 25, saw some bottles sold for $450 within the last 12 months. They'll only go up. Merry Christmas all. Welcome, Anth W. Scent of the day is Elixir Attar Agar Fougere, sorry. All natural soapy lavender. Any thoughts on all natural? I'm not a big fan. I've got to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of all natural perfumes. The last ones I tried were Anna's Warikanas, and I thought they were quite bad. Actually, I thought they were badly made. I sent them to Fliss, and she sent them back. She was that outraged by them. So, I mean, don't get us wrong. I don't want to tar them all with the same brush. But I don't rate all natural perfumery. But I do know that it has a very strong and loyal following. There's an all natural perfume. You know? Excuse me whilst I hydrate. Scent of the day? Deciding right now. Probably Thornton Manley's Amber Absolutely. Sparkling and festive enough, says Shelby. Merry Christmas, Cowboy Crunchies. How are you? I love Coromandel EDP. It's fantastic, says Nick. It is. Ryan says, has anyone else got this flu bug going around the UK? Everyone I know has it, and I don't. And I don't fucking want it. But my friend who I gave Christmas presents and cake to the other day, she has it. She's a teacher. So they always catch everything because of the kids. But my immune system is not. It welcomes all comers and defeats none of them. So I do not want the flu bug that is going around the UK, but I know everyone who has it. I take antibiotics 3 times a week to fend off said bugs and beasts. So hopefully I don't catch it. Took them this morning, actually. I take them Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Oh, good grief, what's happening? Motherfuckers, what's up? Welcome, DJ, how are you? Merry Christmas, man. Oh, no. Ooh. Oh. Would anyone here know where in the US I'd be able to buy some Serge Lutens samples? Pass. I think they've pulled out of the US, actually. I got me an Aqua di Gio Parfum 50% discount today, says Boz. Any favourites from the House Penhaligons? Savoy Steam. Sartorio's my favourite. I like Savoy Steam. I think a lot of them are shit, though, to be perfectly honest. Would anyone know? Apparently Juniper Slim was the signature perfume of Princess Diana. When I hear all natural followed by the harmful chemicals, I close the video. Yes. Motherfuckers, what's up? Chilling, bro. Merry Christmas to you as well. Anth W says, yes, I think a big variation in natural perfumes regarding scent and longevity, although I find Junko store stuff spot on. Hope everyone's enjoying their socks, says DJ. My brain has been tingling in regards to this Golden Forest thing, but can't sample here in the UK. You'd have to remind us of who makes Golden Forest, or what perfume you're talking about is. Surrender to Chance has samples for Serge Lutens in Wisconsin, Kansas-based Forest of Golden Dreams. Forest of Golden Dreams. Friends, if you would like to like the stream for Christmas, then please you can do. Parfumier Perfumes Cortana. This La Belle Helene is very soft and creamy pear. Pears are a little bit creamy, aren't they? I'm not a pear fan. I've never been a big pear fan. Ramsey did a great review on Hiram Green, a natural perfume brand. The performance seems to be really good. I did not like what I've tried from Hiram Green. I tried Hyde, and I've tried a couple of other ones as well, and I was just like, no. I'm just not a big fan of that shit whatsoever. It's, do you know, I'm smelling this Borneo 1834, and it's not great from the fucking cap. Not for me, anyway. The patchouli feels a little bit lackluster. Great sprayers, great bottles. I think these bottles are great. It smells a lot nicer in the air, but I think patchouli can do that. I remember Molinard's reformulation of patchouli. It smelled fucking shocking on skin, but in the air it smelled lovely. Slow Dive is the one and only Arabole. I've noticed that many of the same people concerned with harmful chemicals in fragrance also smoke. Seriously, what the fuck, says Nick. It's just, like, harmful chemicals, I mean, the chemicals in perfumes are regulated to the fucking nth degree. They are highly, highly, highly regulated. Nothing you can get in life is either risk-free or unharmful. Anything can harm you. So it's just pick your poison, and perfumes are extremely well regulated. Europe is a highly regulated place anyway. And then you have quote unquote dangerous chemicals, things that people use as cosmetics on their skin. They're regulated as fuck, you know. I'm getting curious to sample the House of MDCI, says Raphael. It's a bloody good house. I've got some samples I need to do a video on. I need to wrap up the Neil Vermeer sample series. I've been trying them on skin. I will probably do that video this week, ready for next year, starting a new one. And I think I will take on either Argos or Aedes de Venustus next, both of which will be a large fucking thing. But we'll see. Slow Dive is the only one in Arobole, says Smiter. When was the last time you wore Invasion Barber? Would have been before September, because I think that is a spring and summer perfume. Although you can expect to see it more in March, April, May, June, July, and August. Merry Christmas, Kratos. In the mood for something sweet and weird, but that's hard to find. I imagine Serge Lutens could probably pull that off. Scent of the day is Oriental Velour. Then later I will wear Vanilla Van, says Pat Lester. Getting curious to sample the house of MDCI. The thing is, when you get outside these days, you get an overdose of harmful chemicals, says Shelby. Yes. Anyone have any thoughts on patchouli kosher? I see a solid price, and today is all about blind buying. Blind buying? Blind buying. I have a bottle. Of patchouli kosher. And it's not bad. I mean, half price is about what it's worth. It's worth about 60, 70 quid, I would say. It's alright. It's a creamy patchouli. It's alright. I wouldn't rebuy it, put it like that. I wouldn't rebuy it. Merry Christmas, Silver Panther. Bought a Pierre Guillaume Metal Hurlon. Any thoughts on that house? I've smelled quite a few of them before, but I think I've smelled quite a few perfumes by Pierre Guillaume before, but I'm not sure if it was the Pierre Guillaume brand or whether it was a different brand that he was perfuming for or creative director of. So, I mean, I think it was Le Humaniste. That was okay, but it was a long time ago. We don't have Les exclusives here in stores, just a guy selling decants out of his €38, 10 mil. Out of his collection, €38 for 10 mil. Motherfucker, but at least I can try some of them. That's not the worst price for 10 mils of the Les exclusives. It's not the worst price. It's not the best price, but it's not the worst price. Merry Christmas, Manly Scents. So many of Pierre Guillaume's scents have clear-cut inspirations, in my opinion. Exactly like Gritty or Terenzi. I didn't rate Terenzi, and Pierre Guillaume does have too many fragrances, you're right. They do kind of knock them out. That kind of adds credence to the theory that they have too many perfumes. Like, too many perfumes, easy to make clones rather than make brand new perfumes, you know what I mean? DJ says, might try Profumum Roma, but might be too normal for my tongue. Don't put them on your tongue. For God's sake, don't put them on your tongue. You'll enjoy them more if you don't. The idea that they're an original house with a catalogue of 150, that's quite out there. Yes. It is strange that they would, like, they've made so many perfumes. Sorry, friends, I was just sending my friend a Christmas message. That silver thing in front of Rich looks like part of the T-1000's body from Terminator 2. It does, actually, now you mention it. Looks like it's being put back together. Seppa says, Byredo is my guilty pleasure. I really love the air clean soapy vibe. They've got a couple of quite... they've got a couple of quite thick fragrances, like the tobacco mandarin one. Merry Christmas, Rachel. How are you? Is this Duck's gift or a motherfucking frog? It's a candle. It's a candle wrapped in foil. It is a candle wrapped in the foil. Till now, I've never figured out how to burn a candle properly without tunneling. If you have any tips, please share. Haha. Well, you wrap tin foil around it in this configuration with a little chimney at the top, and you enclose the heat within, I believe, although other people do it much more professionally than me. And it makes the heat spread out across the top, so it looks nice. Well, it looks like shit, but it burns the candle across the top more evenly. Pierre Guillaume has way too many offerings, says Ant. I cook Christmas dinner with all the healthy stuff excluded except broccoli. Yikes. Till now, I've never figured out. Oh, sorry, I've read that. My personal favourite is Mojave Ghost. I like Pulp. Pulp was nice, but I can't get it in my local shop. I think they've discontinued it. Balda Freak's meant to be quite nice as well. Rachel, Mitch got some crack for Christmas and he got the foil out, that's right. I got a big lump. Instead of coal, Santa gave me a lump of crack. Every time I've worn Moschino Toy Boy, it's gone at compliments. I wonder what it is with this fragrance. Ice Away Super, I would have thought. Male Fushini was so disappointing, says DJ. I haven't tried them, but I would like to. Fragrance Journey's big on them. Got a message from Fragrance Journey today. Amber Aurea is quite nice. Yeah, it's alright. How was your Christmas lunch, Rich? Not great. I hate turkey. And I'm happy that I shan't be eating fucking turkey again for another year, at least. We have some beef, so hopefully the beef will be getting cooked tomorrow. The turkey today was pink, and I was upset. But apparently, as long as it reaches the right temperature, it can actually be pink and be alright. You know? So I'm praying that that is the case. So I shall not be eating fucking turkey ever again, because you can eat beef and you can eat beef raw if you want. Which I don't want. But you can't eat turkey fucking raw, you can't eat fucking pork raw. Fucking talking to Fliss today, apparently she had duck. Which I was a bit wounded by, but there we are. I thought about doing an incensey week, you know? It's fragrances with incense. Welcome, James. James is wearing Fila Nagil, as am I. Welcome, my birthday brother from another mother. Do you have a favourite version of Mitsuko? No, I don't own Mitsuko. Probably the vintage one. Turkey is the worst. It's foul. I don't like that. It's foul. Get it? It's foul. Yeah, I'm not a fan. The tin foil protects the candle from government mind control, says DMS. Yes, this aluminium wrapped candle really looks like it could be a Labs bottle. Oh no. The thing with turkey is that you have to get it perfect. Nah, it's rank. It's just bad. I just don't like it. Our family eats Christmas ham. Worst case scenario, the turkey will clean you out or give you some weight loss worms. Yikes. Roasted duck is the best. Sorry, duck, says Shelby. Welcome, cheap imitation. I'm getting scared now. People are talking about this fucking getting poisoned by fucking, what's it called? Hold on. Where is it? There they are. Oh. Dushan is wearing a La Belle Helene. Yes, I'm doing exactly that. Olibanum and Mer week. Angelos Creations, Olfactives, Iridia Extra is what I'm wearing today, says DJ. Latest Mitsuko ADP is actually pretty impressive, says Nick. Oh. Rachel wants to get a full bottle of La Belle Helene. It's at the top of my list, perhaps in the January sales. Yes, I thought about getting, there's a candle I want from Trudon called Chire or Sire. I can't remember how you fucking pronounce it, but it's the beeswax one, and it's fucking lovely. And it's this one. Is it Chire? It's the beeswax one. And it's fucking glorious, it really is. So I really want to have that for the spring. I'm thinking of going to the Girl On boutique to sample all the classics, says Gun Metal. Wearing mysterious oud, says Raphael. Just finished my sample set of Naomi Goodser, and my favourite so far is Bois d'Assis, says Pat Lester. The incense and amber with the boozy notes just tingle my nose just right. I don't like Eau de Sorel, too sweet. Yeah, I thought that. And the rest are all right. I really, really, really like the Iris one, which I can't remember the name of right now. But I love the Iris one. It's beautiful. It's an amazing fragrance. It's got just the right amount of iris in it. Wes, how are you? Merry Christmas, mate. I hope you are well. And Alan Hansen too, my friends. How are you? The only two people, well, apart from Jura Rose and Audrey Jane, the only two people I have met from the fragrance community. And they come all the way from Idaho, Iowa, one of the I's, is it not? It's one of the I's. Pat, if you're in the UK, let me know, because I have a bottle of Bois d'Assis that I would let go, actually. I would sell my bottle of Bois d'Assis, and I'll give you a good price on it. What's your thoughts on Fragcom on YouTube generally and the direction it's heading? It feels like we're in a dystopian, apocalyptic nightmare on YouTube, Fragcom. It's not the direction. I think we are where we are. We're not going there. We're there. Do you know what I mean? You might as well just say it. We're not heading that way. We're fucking there. And it's awful. There are very, very few channels that I can watch now. You know? Ooh, Frank has got Feu de Bois by Diptyque. I've got a little one of them. Fantastic. Smells like a log cabin on fire. Beautiful thing. In the woods as well. Beautiful. It's the Attack of the Clones. Yeah, the YouTube marketing, the YouTube fragrance space is now a marketing space, and it's nothing else, save for a few oases of joy. It's a barren desert out there. It's a shithole. Let's be frank about it. The channels are now producing the worst content. It is nothing but sales. And all these people are bought and they want to be bought. People are now setting up YouTube channels with the stated aim of just getting on PR lists so they can go and live the life of an influencer. And it's just shit. It's just shit. I hope that helps, Ant. Come January, I'll have about 70 samples bought, says DJ. Yes, you are fucking coming up on my total quite quickly. Do it even if you don't buy anything. There are so many interesting historical reference fragrances from the house, says Nick, talking about Girl On. You are correct. I have to try that one, probably also a vintage one too. I'm curious about what's all the fuss. Girl On have a new Neroli whatever scent. Yeah, and I think Eugene was talking about that about a month ago now. Neroli Poo something, I don't know. Neroli Poo? Neroli Poo. Neroli shite. I wonder how bad it is. It'll be pretty rough. And I want to smell Frenchy Lavande. It's influenced by Rich Mitch. If you can get a 200ml bottle for half retail, so about £200, I saw one go on eBay the other day for 165, a 200ml for 165, and it made us ill because I paid 200. But if you can get one around that kind of price, 180 to 220, it's a beautiful thing to just throw on like 20 sprays and reapply it 3 times a day in the spring and the summer. It'll be perfect for that. There's also Herbes Troublon, which I want to smell. I want to spend a bit more time with before deciding whether I am going to bother, because it's just like a cologne. Just treat them like a fucking cologne and put them on 3 times a day. Like once in the morning, once in the afternoon, once in the evening, you're laughing. You know what I mean? Perfect for that. Perfect for that. Nearly Boxing Day for some of you, say Alan. Yeah, Boxing Day in 3 hours for me. I'll be glad when it's over again for another year. Just got to get New Year's out the way and then back to normality. Merry Christmas, Rich Chat. Happy holidays, everyone. Welcome, Eugene. Merry Christmas. Watched Eugene's video before. Fell asleep to it, actually. I had a nap before I came on. Cheap Imitation says, scent of the day, Thomas de Monaco, Fuego Futura, from a sample, as it's quite strong and I've been too lazy to shower. I'm impressed with all the Les Legendaires I've tried, except Le Heure Bleu, says Nick. Everyone is saying hello to Eugene. Fragcom Direction on YouTube is a fucking joke, says Divine. Absolutely is. I love watching Marcello. I don't know who Marcello is. It's Attack of the Clones, says Frank. It is Attack of the Clones out there in YouTube land. It's a shithole, like. It's so bad. But the biggest issue is that this is a dollar requiring hobby and most of the folks on here are broke as shit. Yep. I've had to sit in Sauvage EDT all day after my little niece had bought it for me for Christmas. She knows I'm into perfume and thought she'd done the right thing. Didn't have the heart to tell her. Good, man. Well done. You've taken one for the team there. I understand that. You've done well. I did make the point earlier in the stream, that I would never, if somebody I knew had a hobby that they were balls deep in, right, and that includes the women, especially the women, that they were really, really, really into, right, there is no fucking way, unless they asked me to buy them something specifically, that I would chance my fucking arm at buying them something. What the fuck am I going to tell them about their hobby? Like, I used the train set analogy before. If somebody's really into train sets, right, and there are a lot of people who are, or collecting stamps, right, I'm not going to go out there, right, and I'm not going to be like, oh, what's the most popular stamp? Give us that one. That'll help them. That'll make them feel good. The thought is lovely. Honestly, it's really nice, but it makes no sense. Make them something. like nothing to do with that hobby if you want to do something for them, or just buy them something completely different, you know. Just buy them something completely different that'll always remind them of you, you know. Like, or something cool, just anything but, you know, something that they won't hate. We have reached peak fragrance review tragedy. We have reached peak marketing development. We've reached peak influencer infiltration. That's what we've reached. That's where we're at. You are a market. You are a captive market. Someone gets their fucking tits out for the punters. If somebody's like pretending that like these perfumes will get you women, if someone is pretending that some perfumes will get you men, or if these are like sexy perfumes, they're lying. It's just lying. It's just bullshit. And the fact that you would fall for it just shows that you are not very savvy, and there are lots of unsavvy people out there. There are lots of silly, silly people out there, and fools and their money are parted easily. There's one born every day, and when I say one, I mean fucking thousands of them. Fragcom and the obsession of yet another shit gourmand or clone, absolutely. Well, that makes your channel special, says Shelby. Yes, I'm happy with that. I'm fine with that. I feel like I'm where I want to be as far as the fragrance community is concerned. Don't get us wrong, I would prefer more people were interested in the philosophical outlook that I have, but I am completely content and at peace with myself as far as perfume is concerned, and I am happy to fucking be there. That is exactly, I am what I want to be, right? Those people who are fucking pushing things for other brands are not. They're trying to get somewhere. Again, I'm where I want to be. They want money, they want clout, they want fame, they want to get recognized, they want the fucking thing. That will pass. That shit will fucking pass. Trust us. They'll get older. They will look back on their time as a fucking influencer and be like, I was a whore. I would not physically, not sexually, but like literally bought and paid for. Right? I was paid for. I would say something that somebody else told me to say. I don't have that problem. I don't have to worry about that at all. I feel fine. I can stand by almost all of the things I've said. Don't get us wrong, I've changed my mind on all of that. Still get some comments on the Promise video that I did. I did a video about Promise, but I've changed my opinion on Promise as a perfume. You know? And I can stand by that as well. I thought about pinning a comment or doing another video saying, look, I don't like this anymore. Let's have a look. It's out of the clones. Even my 7-year-old daughter has a better nose and taste than most of those YouTubers, says Sandra. Correct. Scent of the Days, Musk Ravage, you're welcome. Frank, 70 samples this week. I bought like 400 samples in 2023. This is 70 being bought, not 70 total. Yeah, he's on a mission at the minute. Alan Hansen is rubbing my face in it by wearing Sahara Noir, the only fake, I believe, so far that I have ever bought. Touch wood, pray to God. I bought 400, total was like over 450 because I don't have a local boutique. Sampling's one of the great joys of perfume. Even if you don't like this stuff, there's nothing I love more than fucking shitting all over a brand if I don't like it, or shitting all over a perfume, not a brand, a perfume. You know, saying I don't like something, saying that something's crap, is one of the joys of the hobby. You know what I mean? Oh no, I've just spilled loads of water all over us and it's sinking into my top and now I'm wet. Mint. No, I agree. Not many channels have been genuine. Yeah. Most of the stuff that interests me aren't in stores mostly, says DJ. Say I'm interested in premium niche brands mostly nowadays. Wish I could find a place to try those limited edition Clive Christians. I think Clive Christian's extremely disappointing, especially at the price. I was disappointed with the sales on fragrance prices, Kratos. They make a huge song and dance about it. They make a huge, like, not just fragrance brand. These shops and brands make a huge song and dance about their sales, and they're usually shit. Harrods has got a decent sale on, actually. They've got 15 mils of Strange Love for 92 quid. I thought about getting another one. That's a really, really, really good fucking price for a 15 mil of that stuff. So I think I might partake. I got some socks today and not a fucking moment too soon either. Jesus Christ. I should have found a plan. Oh, sorry. Don't you're exactly right. We're seeing the birth of an entire industry, independent contractor advertising. There goes another industry destroying its labour laws. Absolutely. I'm only subbed to half a dozen YouTube frag channels. Used to be 10 names. That says Nick. I used to sub to everybody. Neroli playing Sud. Absolutely. Apart from Jeremy, I never liked Jeremy's. I could see Jeremy wasn't as bad as in the beginning. Jeremy wasn't as bad as what it's become. Not just Jeremy, but like all of them. But I couldn't fucking be. It just wasn't my thing. I don't hate him. I feel bad for him now, and I don't mean that in a condescending way. Like there's clearly something wrong, you know, like genuinely. And I think everybody can see it. Like if you like, I looked at some of the comments on his shorts because his shorts will pop up every once in a while. And like people are like, yo, bro, what the fuck? You know, it's not like, wow, I want to be like you, I want to look like you. It's like, whoa. You know what I mean? Like people are like, look at the freak show. Keith, thank you very much, mate. Keith has donated £5 to buy me a Christmas coffee. What makes a coffee Christmassy? What would you have to do to a coffee? Don't do anything disgusting to it. What would you have to do to a coffee to make it Christmassy? Don't say spices. Spices is a cop-out. I'm only... Yeah. It's called Neroli Plain Sud. Yes, girl and prices expected to rise in January. Like the La Matière already costs fucking 315 to 380 USD for 100 mils. So the new release will be without me. Yep, it's obscene. It's disgusting, the price rises that we've seen as well. Very exclusionary. I hope it bites them in the arse and loads of them fucking have to go out of business. Put a Christmas pudding in it. that will make your coffee fucking... that will make your coffee Christmassy, to be fair. We'll just have to be very thankful for our community that we find here, says Rachel. Absolutely. It does kind of feel very special when you find somebody who's like you in the dark. You know, I appreciate everyone who I talk to on a regular basis, and the ones I don't talk to on a regular basis. There are nearly 50 people watching this, and most of them aren't commenting, and I appreciate it greatly that they just come and listen, and just be here, you know. Chris Toff and Michael Harness, welcome to both of you, my friends. How you doing? Marcelo is the niche fragrance collector. Is he worth following? Am I getting a recommendation from the boys and girls? The boys and girls. I've been talking too much to people about their kids recently. Fucking, am I getting a recommendation from the people? I will have a look. The niche fragrance collector, is that a YouTuber? I was considering Golden Mirth by Xenia for Christmas Day, but it requires reapplication every 2 hours, sadly. Xenias do that, to be fair. Marcelo is like QVC, it's dire. Oh dear, right, no problem. I'm being gimmicked, I'm being fucking wound up. I'm
So behind the times, I can't keep up with you all. I just wear Musk rubber shirt today. I read all these fancy niche indies you guys keep up with. Frank, it's not easy, mate. It's not easy, is it? Like, I think, oh, I'll just buy another sample set. I'll buy a sample of that. I'll buy a sample of that. Because, it's like DJ's got us with fucking 5 samples in me bloom cart. You know what I mean? And I'm like, how did that happen? you know? Like, how did that happen? I don't particularly like buying from Bloom because apparently they're fucking dickheads. Like, I remember when Ouch 110 got fired from there or had to leave there. Apparently, the person who owned it was a dickhead, allegedly. So, and Ouch 110 is like one of the British OGs. He's one of the first people to do it. Like, deserves massive respect. He's a proper fragrance enthusiast, deserving of huge respect for for his love of perfume. Even though he doesn't really like much of the stuff I like. Also, his YouTube channel is fucking ancient. I think he must have been one of the first people to have a YouTube channel. It goes back to like March 2006. Crazy. He didn't start making videos then, but he set up his YouTube account then, you know. I didn't know what fucking YouTube was in March 2006. Didn't have my arse from my elbow in March 2006. Yes, Dux, my husband knows to give me gift certificates, like Susie Ton, etc. That's what I want, money for fragrances, yes. Crack is a classic gift, says Raphael. Raphael, Rachel, I will send you a book about my city. I can't do any of those clones. Only one I recommend is La Yucca Wham. Do you know what it is? I kind of agree, and I don't want to recommend a clone, but compared to the modern Tuscan leather, it's probably better. But that says more about Tom Ford, you know? Kind of says more about Tom Ford than it does La Yucca Wham. Peak? No, it's just starting. Just look back 10 years from now. That's a good shout, actually, Shelby. We could be seeing it just starting. But I definitely think we've arrived at, like, the territory of where we're going. You know, we're not on a journey there. We are at that. We are at the gates of hell. We now have to fucking walk through them and be in there. You know? And hell is a big place. Mosque Ravageur reminds me of Breath of God or whatever it's called by Lush. I've got a bottle of that. Hello, Kanga, how are you? Really need to catch up with the comments. Hey, Rich, what do you think of Hubagon Patchouli Sauvage, Tobacco Nomad, and Ombre de Zabis after you've had them for a while? I don't have them anymore. I thought they were okay, but I was a bit disappointed. I thought they were going to be better. The only people allowed to give me frags are my perfume-obsessed friends, yes. Frag can't be like a layered nearly 5 nearly identical basic vanilla scents, and I'm a genius. Absolutely spot on. You're absolutely right, Brian. That is the layering thing. I just don't understand. I don't know how or why you would do that, unless it was a generic cologne, not clone, cologne, right? Underneath, something heavier which needed a little bit of sparkle over the top, because that's a thing. You can use a cologne like a cologne imperial by Guerlain, which is one of the most beautiful scents I've ever smelled. It's fucking glorious. But it lasts 20 minutes and it'll just refresh your fragrance. It'll just bring it back. Okay, let me catch up with where I was. Where are we? Jesus Christ. Gourmands everywhere, every day. Thanks, Rachel. I'm excited, been enjoying Rourke. I have bad breath today for sure. I haven't brushed yet, says Alan. Jesus. You look back in 10 years and say I was a whore. Classic dying. Imitation, me too. Just got my bottle last week, guys. I opened my wife's presents, a lump of coal and a lol note. Don't, in your opinion, one of the best of all time incense frags? Ooh. Well, I have been talking to Fliss, and she is saying she would like to come on sometime this week to do the incense video. I don't know if she's listening. I don't know if she knows. But essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit here as a conduit for her incense for her insight. That was the word I was looking for her insight. So I'm just going to sit here and say, hi, Fliss, tell everybody what incense is, and then take notes furiously, you know? So that's going to be fun. I can't wait to have Fliss on. Hopefully it happens this week. We've been threatening to do it for a while. But she does have children, which I have learned over the last 10, 12 years that when people have children, you just can't plan anything because children are children and they don't respect such things. All children are like that, especially when they're children. My take is if you're a fragrance influencer, YouTuber, and you know nothing about vintage fragrances, don't review any, then their opinion is not worth anything. Well, quite. Do shots too much, I have to slow down. If you're going to replace your breath of God, don't. Let me send you mine since it just doesn't work for me, says Alan. Oh, that's canny. Most Clive Christian is disappointing, but when Clive Christian hits, they are elite, says Divine. The base knowledge is thin and shallow. Yes, I agree. Most YouTubers out there don't know nor care to know. What they want to do is just say what they're told to say, get interaction, farm interactions, farm likes, farm subscribers. They don't offer any fucking insight. They don't offer any value. And then they just want to take from the community, not put anything in. You know? Even before the rise of influencers, I felt a lot of fragrance bloggers were just disingenuous already. I think the issue will always be around. People just have to sample and trust their experiences. That's a very good point as well. Some people just want to hear their own voice. I think I'm guilty of that sometimes. Some people just want to say things and be heard to say things. I think sometimes I do that. It's not just a general fragrance thing. I think that's a people thing. And I think I can be guilty of that sometimes in life. If anything, I actually do it less in fragrances than I do it in general life. I got rid of most of those fake, excited female YouTubers dick riding all of that fucking PR product. Bullseye. Jeremy Cringe, why is his face so lumpy now? It's either cocaine or it is his diet. I only kept around Demi Max for having a large catalogue on rotation, a couple of other things like Duck and Marcello for entertainment. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it greatly. I haven't seen a Jeremy video in over 3 years. I saw some shorts. It's crazy. I watched a short documentary about Jeremy recently. He's been the ultimate piece of shit from the beginning. The way he treated other people and girls, fuck that fuck boy. Quite. His sexual fucking activity is an absolute disgrace. Some of the shit that he's pulled and some of the shit he's admitted to pulling is absolutely disgusting. It's outrageous. If you're going to say shit about women, right, we should definitely call it out when men do it, because usually when men do it, people end up getting hurt. Allegedly. But he's admitted to some shit on YouTube before that was absolutely reprehensible. It should have been the end of him. It should have been the end of him, really, on YouTube. As a famous person, he should have been made to go and work a normal fucking job after that. But it's the internet, which apparently never forgets, but it does. So, I remember that shit. Fuck me, that was terrible. Drop a Christmas pudding in it? Yes, it's all pudding. I like pudding. Starbucks had a juniper syrup that was in love with like 6 years ago. They never brought it back, and I've been devastated since. This is why you should buy backups. This is why I have backups of Balenciaga and Pavarotti. With every price hike, I appreciate my collection a little more, says James. I am absolutely in total agreement with you. Michael Harness and Christoph, hello and Merry Christmas to both of you. Michael, I hope you're having a nice day. And you, Christoph. Hope you're having a lovely day. Evening, Andrej. Merry Christmas to you. Frank says, I only take fellow fragheads videos seriously. Ram, Exotic Sense, Qualame Mucho, Eugene Robes, and many more, but it's clear who are actually passionate about the hobby of the scent. Yeah, you've got to, at the end of the day, you've just got to let go, and you've got to be like, people are their own people, and they're going to do their own things, and you gravitate towards people, like-minded people gravitate towards these. I mean, opposites attract as well, you know? Like, me and Eugene are very different as far as perfume taste is concerned a lot of the time. I mean, a lot of the time it overlaps as well. But there's, like when I listen to Eugene talk about perfumes, it gives me a completely different aspect about how to appreciate fragrances. When Robes, especially in the earlier days for me, when Robes used to talk about perfumes, I'd be like, God almighty, like my taste is much more aligned with Robes's. So a lot of the fragrances he likes, I like. Whereas with Eugene, it's a different thing. It's more like the way he appreciates things. Like, I've learned to do that. I've learned like a lot from that, like a different point of view. So you gravitate to the people who you think you want to gravitate towards, you know. And there are a lot of people out there who want to gravitate towards the good looking people because they think they can bask in the reflective glory. You know, depends what you want, depends what your motivation is, you know. Everybody has a choice, you know. You can't be fucking like not responsible for your own choices. People are grown-ups, you hope. Is that tinfoil art on the screen? It's not art, it is a candle. I am attempting to get the candle to not tunnel. I'll take it off in a minute, actually. M. Micallef, a good house on making clones. To the Hermes, Aventus, etc. says, and I think M. Micallef might be a clone house. No one is watching Jeremy, has over 2 million subs, but newish videos have like 10 to 20,000 views. No, I agree. I think people just click on it in passing and then they're like, oh my God, I can't watch this anymore. Evening. Welcome, Drawn by Sense. Merry Christmas to you. Lily is here making noises. Marcello is worth following. He does zero PR. He just has a lot of money and a big collection. You can tell just because the editing his videos costs more than what he makes back in ad revenue. On social media, I see quite a number of people buying the Girl On extras at retail. Maybe it's the initial hype, but it's also sending signals to Girl On that some of their clients will swallow. I've heard that they have tanked and hard. Apparently no fuckers buying them. I mean, obviously some people will have picked up a bottle, but apparently they're not doing well. Which is good, because fuck their prices. I'm making a lovely bread pudding tomorrow with a creamy whiskey hard sauce to go atop. That sounded like something Nigella Lawson would say. Welcome, Dev. How you doing? I love Christmas, but hate when the holiday has become, says Alan. I watch Marcelo, sometimes he's interesting. Many of the perfumes he's talking about are not my taste, though. I love pre-millennium internet. It was so random and interesting, says Nick. Yeah, because you had all the nerds. You had all the nerds doing it with all the proclivities for nerdiness. Also have Sultan Pasha, Sheep and Narcissus on the way. Fucking fabulous, getting a bit of a resurgence. Why, says Frank? Tom Ford's on the influencer bandwagon. Sheep and Narcissus is interesting, but I'd rather get my hands on Quirillus. I want to say hi, Lily, but I'm terrified I'm going to spell your name wrong. I'll get it wrong entirely, so I'll say Merry Christmas Floral. Either is fine. I have the classic the flower spelling. Sitting on a video for her incensing of incense. Lily can be my Fragcom girlfriend. of fetishizing. Lily, show us your eyes. A bit of fetishizing, says Lily. Advice, please. I want to buy a Lily on an eBay. £270 unopened, or 250, 205 no box nearly full. 205 no box nearly full. I won't objectify you, says Frank. Anywho, Lily. Don't like the note of Narcissus much, but I wouldn't mind staring my own reflection till death. Me personally, I listen to chat YouTube channels if anything interests me with fragrance. I'll try it out. If I like it, I'll get a sample. If I love it, a full bottle. I saw shorts of Jeremy sniffing new fragrance to wear. I really do believe that ultimately you reap what you sow, says Alan. Yep. Oh, and that around tears. Duchamp, it's a J.S. Bach Baroque kind of Christmas for me, says Johann Sebastian Bach. Have you smelled Florist 1962? Pep recently preferred this to Cologne Officinale. I have smelled it, but I don't prefer it to Cologne Officinale. I'm not a massive fan of Floris. This might be the first year I don't fear the January 1st Janelle price hike, as I think I've got everything I want from the brand, says Cheap Imitation. Quite. I don't think I wouldn't buy anything from Chanel at retail. They're just fucking obscene. It's just absolutely obscene. The quality's going down, the price is going up. That's in general fucking the luxury market which we inhabit. Perfumes, clothes, bags, all sorts of shit. Hug sandwich, please, friends. Lunch is ready here. Have a good day, Rachel. Thank you. I think my next video is going to be on Sultan Pasha's Vetiver Blanc. It's Vetiver in a heaping pile of tuberose, a little sickening. I hate tuberose. Not to harp on about it, but Marcello's production is high because he's a TV producer of some kind. So he's got the air of professionalism with the knowledge of an ant, says Cheap Imitation. And most of it is a thinly veiled ad of some kind, says Cheap Imitation. I might give him a bit of a wide berth. Oh yeah, I should have mentioned that the fragrances Marcello talks like are likely not for you. It's a lot of Xerjoff, a lot of Eau de Parisi, Nasamato, some BDK and Mathieu with some new stuff. Oh, not Mathieu Premier, fuck that. Where's that Irish human who loves epic woman? Where's Dublin's knows who is named Jura Rose? And yet there are something I enjoy in it. Not a great lot, but I guess I appreciate a Vetiver Blanc more than I enjoy it. Welcome, Duncan. How are you, mate? Merry Christmas. Well, Marcello is blowing up in our circle, says Frank. I might have a look, but I don't think I'm gonna. I'm just looking, I'm not buying. Do you know what I mean? Cherie! Hello, and Merry Christmas to you, too. I hope you are well, and it is nice to see you. I hope your Christmas was lovely. Frank says, I like Varanus Radari's reviews. Yes, he's very keen on perfume and has an extensive knowledge of the history of said perfume as well. What's the tin? Well, the tin has been hiding my candle, and it has worked, mostly. Tin smells nice now, actually. Do I need to use a little bit of manipulation? A little bit of manipulation to get this side wax to fucking behave. There we go. There it is. In you go. Melt now. You be good. Oh, how weird. What are you doing? Stupid candle. I need to get it off this little thing that's making it tilt. That's what I need to do. Come on now. Melt. There it is. There we go. Lovely jubbly. That was, all I say is tinfoil, Rich. We haven't turned to heroin, have we? No, it's crack. But thanks for asking. I hope you're well, Ryan X. We had Ryan Y in here before. Now we have Ryan X. Diptyque Nargile, says Frank. It certainly is. Golden Metal 24. The Niche Fragrance Collector. Let's fucking give you a look up. The Niche Fragrance Collector. God, he looks like Roger Dove. Mate Talk. Oh, Mate Talk. Mate Talk. Nearly 60,000 fucking subscribers. A 2-minute breakdown of a Xerjoff. Alright, we'll have a look and see what the crack is. But there's some fucking shite perfumes he's got on his fucking... Oh, I'm not going to go in there and blast him. But bloody hell. He's talking about some fucking shit stuff. My God. As soon as you put fragrance into YouTube, you just get shit tons of fucking vetiver. Where are we? Oh, that guy. Got to bounce. See you later, Raphael. Thank you. Duncan is wearing Parfum de Peau. Did you just stir a candle? No, I scraped some of the wax off the back. Just to get it out. The only candle that never tunneled for me was a Byredo, but every other brand would tunnel eventually no matter what I do. Quite odd. Wrap it in tin foil like I did. Make sure you cover the top. It bounces the heat back into the candle so that it burns more evenly. There's a lot about it online, actually. Rich, I'm on a major patch kick lately. Monsieur Bonneau, amen. Coromandel, can't get enough. What patch are you feeling these days? Patchouli Imperial by Dior. Make sure you get the old one. What patch am I loving these days? I did have a fucking patch that I was loving recently. Coromandel's obviously a top patch. Patchouli Koja is quite a good patch. This is a good patch. This is an outrageously masculine patch, though. This is Giorgio Beverly Hills VIP. That is a patchouli with a massive fucking oak moss note in it. I might have to wear that soon, actually. You could wear that in spring. It's so patchouli-esque. Mon Numero 10 is a nice patchouli, but there's probably more cardamom going on in it. Have I not done a patchouli video before? Noir de Noir is a really nice patchouli. Fondue's ruined, says DMS. Oh no. Monsieur, I love a real stripped back bare bones patch. Tunnel candle should be outlawed. A lot of my candles have been tunneling lately. So frustrating. I bought a candle warming lamp. Makes it much easier to reset then. But tunneling candle is a beautiful thing, says Shelby. I'm quite smitten with Santa Maria Novella's patchouli. Yes. I haven't bought it yet, but from sampling in the store, it's right up my alley. Yeah, but he had a good crumble. Too much rum and roast tatties today. I really like Sebastian Furtado. Yes, Sebastian's really good. Thoughts on Otto Parisi and Nasa Mato, Rich? Not for me. Not at all. Santa Maria Novella Patchouli is a purist patch for the real ones. Yes. Little license plate in front of me. Mad Max. I tried the Santa Maria Novelli patch lately. I liked it, but the dry down was a little soapy. You can't get soapy patchoulis. Patch from Ant Fragrance kicked off my obsession. It's so good. That's interesting. I've never tried anything from them. The first burn is crucial. Candles have a wax memory. It will burn from the edge of how much wax was melted from the first time, says Lily. Crivelli's patch. Crivelli's Patchouli Magnetique is quite nice, but it's creamy. It's very creamy. On the first burn, tinfoil wrap like Rich did. Make sure it burns all the way at the edge of the vessel and make sure there's a centimetre deep melted wax pool. Lily, you nerd. I think I like Villarese patch more than Santa Maria Novella, says Cheap Imitation. I've got it. I've got that one. On the first burn tin for... Oh, sorry, I've read that. A red charge. I never tried the Dior Rich. We'll look out for it. Get the older one. The newer one's crap. Marcello has a nice video on Trudon candles. Javanese Patchouli is great, says Germs. Patchouli Noisette's alright. But it's very pure. It's almost like, do you know when you see a reflection of some metal and you can hear this kind of noise when the light's like reflecting off it? All that kind of thing. Yikes. Etal Libras Orange, do they not do a patchouli? Pretty sure that patchouli's really nice. Patchouli Patch by L'artisan Parfum, yeah. Patchouli Noisette, Dev says. Any other manly men like me enjoying Shalimar Iris, says Silver Panther. Shalimar Iris. I picked up a bottle of Goutal's Petite Cherie. Bought it because of the name, and it's a lovely patchouli. Goutal's a really good brand, full stop, isn't it, really? Absolutely love Goutal. Like, none of the fragrances are badly made. It's all great stuff. Enjoy your evening. Welcome. Thank you, Curtis. Gualtieri stuff too synthetic for you, Rich. I miss Cel Toroni. It's not that it's too synthetic. I just think it's not great. I don't think that. I just think that they feel a bit prefab. You know what I mean? Like generic in a slightly odd way. Oddly generic. This is a resident candle expert. Annunziata Patch, Indonesia. We would like to see Eugene Rich top 10 patchouli live stream. Etro makes a lovely patchouli. Yes, that's right. Patchouli by Profumum Roma, Carl Charles. You're right about that. I'll try the tinfoil method. That's the only thing I haven't tried yet, says Gunmetal. The Roma patch is good. I used to love patch until I met some older lady who wore a raw patchouli. Now I can't disassociate the smell of prominent patch from an old lady, says Shelby. Givenchy Gentleman's a good patchouli. I guess it's a bit tedious and kind of ruins the ambience of having a candle for a while, but it makes use of all the wax you paid for, especially with pricier candles. Yes. What did Santa bring you, mate? I got a Keith Haring print and a portrait of a lady. Socks. A Rington's tea van, so a little metal Rington's tea van, which was stuffed full of not tea, but fudge. And what else? Red Dead Redemption for the PlayStation. Sorry. Red Dead Redemption for the PlayStation 4, so I will be doing that on my gaming channel if you want to see me play that. What else? It's downstairs. Got like a selection box as well. My mum always gets us a selection box. Shelby, I get it. My co-worker wears it and the memory rubs off. She smells great though. I guess the perfumery is literally in my shopping cart for months, says Cheap Imitation, who's struggling to spell. I don't understand that. Some seem ridiculously expensive for what they are. That's a nice smell. It's just an association thing, says Shell. Right, friends, I'm going to go and dehydrate. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Excuse me. Oh, I've got a sore foot. Oof. Welcome back, my friends. I am here for you. It's me. It smells extremely nice in here. I'm going to put the lid on the candle though, because a lot of wax has melted. Where is the lid of the candle? Is that it? Oh. Yes. There you are. That diptyque lid is a little filthy. Not to worry. Oh. Where are we? Let's see. What are people saying? Rich, let's play chess. I will play without queen, says Dushan. I understand that seems ridiculously expensive for what they are. Rich, are you planning to play Baldur's Gate 3? I've never even heard of it, never mind planning to play it. I picked up a vintage Goutel Urexquise and it's absolutely beautiful, like a warm 19. Not one for blind buying, but 100ml of Comme des Garçons Man 2 for €40 is tempting me now, says DMS. Our modern Goutels are not very good compared to the vintages. No, I think they're mainly okay. Rich raised the price of Pavarotti dramatically. Sorry about that, friends. I did buy 8 bottles, I won't lie. Beautiful fragrance though, Jeremy. Don't forget Moods Womo. Oh God. Letting Merry Christmas tell us more about vanilla sex, is Eugene. Merry Christmas, Stephen D. Sorry, correction. The Goutal with the patchouli was Mon Parfum Cherie, not Petit Cherie. Clearly not braining, says Cherie. Cherie is the only Cherie for me. So I will have to leave the Goutal be. Excuse me whilst I hydrate. Welcome, Daryl Squared. How are you doing? I haven't smelled it. I can only tell how I hope it would smell, but by the sound of it, it's all vanilla. Legend has it Rich is the official distributor of Pavarotti. I shall not be distributing any Pavarotti, I am afraid. Sorry about that. Nobile 1942, another great patch, as is the Reminiscence if you get it in the old bottle. Molinard had one if you can get it in the old bottle. Welcome, Stuart Mabe. I'm going to contact my friend actually right now while I fucking remember. I'm going to say Merry Christmas. Oops. There he is. He's in France, so he should be awake at the minute. I should say, where's my other parcel? Should be coming within the next week or two, depending on how Royal Mail feel as far as bringing... Well, it's not, it's Parcel Force, actually. Pavarotti hairspray. No. Vanilla sex sounds like a boring sex, says Dushan. Best patch heavy, not sulfur, is Balenciaga Pour Homme, though. Balenciaga Pour Homme is a top patchouli. It's an amazing patchouli. I'd like to see what I would like to see what L'Occitane would do with a big patchouli as well. Andrej is wearing Oud and Ambre from a sample. Good evening, Daryl Squares. A line on beauty. Merry Christmas. What have you missed? Nothing much. Just me talking about perfume again. If my toddler and 3-year-old didn't keep me busy, I'd check in with your gaming channel. It's not to worry. It's okay. I smell like vanilla sex. Most ravageur scent of the day, says Frank. Damned Beep's Burger is closed on Christmas. What the hell? Beep's Burger? You're getting a burger for Christmas? Outrageous. Vintage Lagerfeld Cologne, a great tobacco with an oriental twist, says Stefan, who was wearing that as his scent of the day. I have 2 vintage bottles of Sablas, and although I have only smelt the modern version once, it seemed almost identical. I must stress, I've only smelt it on strip once. It is, I Anik Goutal, I accidentally won a bottle of Anik Goutal's Eau de Sud. So I've now got a modern bottle of Eau de Sud by accident. It's just a 50ml, but I paid me 30 quid for it. Like, smells fantastic. The performance will be shocking, because the performance on the vintage one's shocking as well, to be fair. I was hoping for more. A line on Beauty says, wearing the Shalimar Caramel, aka Iris, today. Still not keen, but had people tell me I smell nice. Nice. That's a compliment, isn't it? Wait, this is a perfume channel, says Donovan. Sorry to break it. It's to destroy your illusion. I've been loving sweet stuff recently. Ambery stuff, more like. Not overtly sweet stuff, but ambery stuff. I might wear Fahrenheit Absolute tomorrow. Got a vintage Goutal vetiver, a grey vetiver with an aquatic touch. Fantastic. I thought it was so dark. It was so fucking dark. It was dark. It was smoky. It was tarry. I couldn't deal. I couldn't deal. I was weak. And I couldn't have it. There's my Bellamy. My vintage Bellamy. Bellamy. I could wear that. Oh, fuck off. I could wear this. This is Absolute Paul Soir. Are we going to get to Sandra again? Huh. Get to Sandra Duchamp. Thanks, Stuart. I'll have to sample. That sounds good. The vintage prices are getting ridiculous. Richie beeps on Ocean Avenue. I have no idea. Wait, don't we? Yeah. The Sandra de Marbles. Also need to get Otto Parisi Bergen Musk. I've heard of that. It is a toss-up between Sablas and Jubilation 25 as my favourite ever fragrance, says Stuart. Wow. That's outrageous. I love the resiny aspect of it, that kind of, it smells like oil wealth. You know what I mean? Oh, I love this Absolute Polar Soir. Oof. It's fucking lovely. It's like a warm, the animalic touch in it is, it's not animalic, it's just warm. There's Bellam by Eugene. Les Abstrait. Excuse me whilst I yawn gently into your ears. Oh, pardon me. Pradeep in a recent video mentioned L'Ombre de Mauvais. Have you smelled this one? No. If I have, I can't remember it, eh? I cannot remember if I have or not. Dior, I'm intense. This is my 2016 bottle. 6X02. This bottle will last me forever. I don't know if it's been reformulated. It's so thick. It's so pretty. Fuck off. Dropping the lid on the floor. Dropping the lid on the floor is not a real Fragalanche, is it? It's not really a Fragalanche. Oh. Oh, excuse me whilst I hydrate. Unlike Creed, Dior, Serge Lutens, Goutal fragrances have survived any reformulation really well. Yeah. I've heard Amber Fetiche is quite watered down in its modern formulation, says A. Amber Fetiche is really, really rich, though. You know? It's really rich. And the one I've got is really rich. I wore it quite a lot. It's dead powdery. Jubilation 25 is a love for Cherie as well. I think Jubilation, most people love Jubilation 25. It's a pretty fantastic perfume, like, you know. This is pretty fantastic as well, but it's very straight up amber, you know. In 2024, I'll buy another Snapcap bottle of Jubilation 25. You're really rich, says Lily. You're richer than me. No, I am rich. I am simply rich. Rich Mitch. Does not mean I am rich. It just means I'm Rich Mitch. That's just who I am. I have both the modern and vintage Amber Fetiche, and they are both fantastic, says Stuart. I've got quite a few Amber Fetiches. I'm willing to pay for it, but not sure about $700 to $800, says Divine. Don't I used to frequent Beeps? You bring me way back. My boyfriend lived on that street. Oh, my best friend lived on that street. Lakeview. Rich, how is your Bel Arm level so low? I feel like I wear it heaps, but it still looks full. It is very powerful, though. I think it's extremely powerful. The reason that the Bel Arm level is so low is because Eugene sent me the 3 fragrances so that I could decant them and send them to people in the UK that wanted to sample it, rather than him send a sample every time somebody wanted one in the UK. When he first released it, I was like, I did that for him. I think it's extremely potent. Fliss doesn't think it's as potent as that. I think it's as potent as all fuck. I think all three of them wear big and heavy on me. But I have recused myself from speaking about my opinion on the fragrances because Eugene is my bestie, and I have decided not to talk about them because I complain about nepotism in the community all the time and people getting free bottles, and I didn't want to make a hypocrite of myself. But I think it's a statement of fact. I think it's a statement of fact to say that they're powerful as all fuck. Well, I can tell you that they're powerful as fuck on me. That's a fact. It's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact. Like, if I pick it up and smell it from the cap, I can smell it like later on. You know what I mean? Some molecules must just get like lodged in me nose, which is an ugly thought. Sorry, but it's crazy, crazy powerful. Anyone a fan of Givenchy Pie? I think Givenchy Pie's alright. Jewel is another Goutal I really like. I bet your boyfriend misses you, says Duncan. BF, best friend, not boyfriend, Lamau. Another place where Snapcap bottle of Juby 25 costs €300, says Duchamp. Good luck finding a non-magnetic Jubilation 25. All I can say is I haven't been able to find one in the UK. Cherie says, oh, that's so nice. Love Eugene. He's a goodie. He is a goodie. Lakeview 2 gangster for those shenanigans. Nick says, yes, found out recently that Pie was one of Prince's signature fragrances. I can definitely imagine it suiting him, but my favourite is Givenchy scent on the vintage Monsieur and Insensé. I did not like Insonse. I did not like Insonse one bit. I've Googled around a bit. I haven't had success. I saw 50ml for €220 on Souk Parfumo, and that one was quickly gone. It had 44ml left. Yeah, you're not going to find a bottle of that stuff kicking about, never mind fucking for sale at those prices. The modern number for Tish lasts all day on me and smells great. The vintage is a Nat's Dick hair richer. A Nat's Dick richer, I reckon. Not much in it. I had a bottle for years and it aged beautifully. The benzoin, it got very resinous. I've seen 2 listings in the US for 700 and 800. Saw one sell for 475 on Reddit too. Haircut at Kim for hair, MJ at the dispensary there. And Beeps Burgers afterwards, says Frank. These are just words to me. I have no idea what they mean. I love Givenchy pie. It's so overrated. I feel like it shares a common DNA with Grand Soir by MFK, but I'm much more wearable than Grand Soir. Do not like Grand Soir. It's too opulent and thick. I thought Grand Soir was. I thought it was anemic. I thought it was. I just thought it was shit. I just thought it was bland and a bit crap. And I was like, you could have just not released this perfect. Loads of people love it. I realise I'm in the minority about this, but loads of people love it. But it was. I just thought it was crap. Just tuning in from Los Angeles. Welcome, Zambo Man. Merry Christmas to you too. You are wearing Myrrh 55 by Le Labo. Myrrh is a good fragrance for Christmas. I'll have to look for a website that sells guitar samples because they don't ship samples to the US, is it? Is 80 USD too much to have a 10 times 3ml discovery set shipped from the US from Legend Madabla website? Lucky Scent sells there. Lucky Scent sells them. And if you go to Saint Celier, they will ship them over to you as well if you send her an email. That's the name of the website. She'll ship them to you, and it'll be a lot cheaper than that. She will ship you a Resin Demodable sample set for a fuck's sake cheaper than that, especially if you email her first and tell her. Excuse me whilst I hydrate. Yeah, I actually like Grand Soir, but I grew tired of it being so strong for so long. Grand Soir smells nice for 5 minutes and gets annoying and too sweet for my taste. Very cloying. It's base heavy, no complexity. I just thought it was so boring. I just thought it was so fucking boring. I wanted to try the Roberto Greco line, but the fact that it's limited edition really dissuaded me, so I've decided to try Darren Allen samples too. Instead, I've actually got some Darren Allen samples myself. Pardon me. I've got some Darren Allen sample sets myself, thanks to Michael Harness. So I will be trying those out on the channel. Maybe I'll do them next instead of 80s de Venustus, or what was the other one I said? 80s de Venustus, or what was the other one? Argos. I've got a horrible feeling Argos are going to be shit. Oh no, I love Grand Soir, but agree it's not that exciting. Saint Celier is great. Yes, got some really interesting stuff, and she will attempt to ship around the world. Darren Allen has some great stuff, says Duncan. Hecate by Darren Allen is terrific, says Alan. Grand Soir Butterscotch Amber, says Frank. Yes, please talk about Darren Allen. I've been wanting to try his stuff for years, but can't get them to Oz. You need someone in the US who will buy them for you and then ship you them to Oz. Amber Sultan is £100 on fragrance net right now, says A. That's a lot for 100 mil. It's a lot of fragrance for €100, $100. If you like it, then great. I like lots of fragrances that a lot of people will hate. We are all entitled to an opinion. Is that 100 mil for $100? Because that makes a difference. If it's 50 mil, then it's a rip-off. If it's 100 mil, then it's a bargain. Oh, my friends, 3.3 ounce. I'm not sure about the mil conversion, says A. Yeah, it's 100 mil. That's 100 mil. And then 1.7 is 50. So America's got to start using metric. The old fucking imperials just inaccurate. Oh, it just makes life unnecessarily tough. Oh, dear me. 3.3 ounce. I thought about wearing Amber Sultan today. It's right here. I haven't worn enough of my Surge this year. Although a Surge do exist outside of time and space, so I could wear Amber Sultan in the middle of the spring. I just don't very often. Seems like quite a deal. Very tempted blind buy considering the love it gets. It's fabulous. I don't know what the modern version's like. I don't know what the new bottle's like, so pass on that. But I do like the vintage is one of like the best fragrances I've ever owned, or I'm ever likely to own, you know. Got it here. Can you hear it? I fucking love it. There it is. What I've done to that bottle. Fortunately, I have a few backups. I'd be wounded if that was my only one. Might as well tax our tea as well, says James. Well, the Boston Tea Party was in fact an illegal tea dealer's fucking revolt against the fucking the British. It wasn't anything to do with that. It was because illegal tea dealers were fucking raging that they were being priced out by the legal ones. Also, the American War of Independence, quote unquote, was actually the Second British Civil War. But that's none of my business. Creation myths are always very interesting, aren't they? Like people say British history started in 1066. It didn't. It didn't. It's fucking crazy. It's just everything's fucking mental, man. Merry Christmas. Illegal tea. That concept baffles me. It wasn't. It was the tea was legal. It was illegal tea dealers, right? So tea dealers who didn't have I think they had to pay. They didn't want to pay tax on the tea. They didn't want to pay tax on all of the infrastructure they were using, and they. Oh God, what was it? Let us check. I'll have a look for it because I know who was talking about it the other day. Cups of tea. Where is it? Your tea is Tamil. What's just that? Right. There we are. Yeah, the Boston Tea Party was it was an attack organised by local tea smugglers out to protect their own illegal tea trade in tea. The counterfeit tea trade was massive in the American colonies, and the tea was actually being cut with some fucking nasty stuff because the profits on the tea were massive. It was the day's cocaine, basically. And it's one of the reasons that America started drinking coffee, because their fucking tea was killing people because it was fucking cut with loads of fucking shit. And then America based its foundation law on it. Strangely, my scent of the day is Jubilation 25, only because I have enough left to wear it on special occasions. Well, it is Christmas, to be fair. How's it going? Welcome, Jay Smooth. How are you? Merry Christmas to you, too. And this is why we don't drink tea here now. Exactly. Because your tea was fucking poisonous. The dealers were cutting it with all sorts of horrible shit. Because the money involved was absolutely fucking mental. It was a ploy by the elite to take control of the American continent. You would have been much better served under the British. Historical tea talk with Rich Mitch, that's right. Taxes are beta. Stop driving on the roads. Stop driving on the roads. Return your education that you received. Say goodbye to all the police. All of that good stuff. No need for taxes. No need for anything. Everyone out for themselves. Soon San Francisco will secede over fentanyl taxation. There is serious danger. I've been talking to Ramsey and Jonathan about this. I just think America's going through some stuff. I put it to them that I thought America was actually going through puberty at the minute, having some pretty fucking dramatic tantrums. That's what it looks like from the outside. Take it from an old friend, a British friend, someone who loves America. And Americans, I should say, more than America. You're going through some stuff, throwing some pretty epic tantrums. But being encouraged by the naughty people in China and fucking Iran and Russia and fucking all sorts of other places. Bad influences, Pop-Tarts. Better than beans on toast. Maybe. Beans on toast, pretty fucking great though. It's a real palate cleanser. I love it. Oh, I've got an itchy face. I might keep going for a little while tonight because it is Christmas. And I am in the mood for giving. Do you know what Camel really reminds me of vintage opium? It really does. It's got that resinous, sweet, dry kind of, more like going through the menopause. Nah, you're not finished. Your best days are ahead of you. You're going through puberty, mate. There's a lot more to come from America. You're just having a fucking an existential fucking. You've got, if you think about it, it's exactly puberty. Going through an existential thing. You're an extremely young country, compared to the forces that you are competing with, such as China and Russia and Iran, they're all ancient parts of the world. They've got you embroiled in some shit. And it's like, as a country, America doesn't know who it is or what it is. Rich, could you let me know which vintages of opium are worth getting and which aren't? Sanofi and back. I've got some vintage opiums, actually, if you want one or two. I've got a couple of vintage opiums. In human age timeline, how old is the US compared to the UK or China? Well, the UK is young compared to China. China's the oldest state in the world. China's history has been recorded by the Chinese government of one form or another for 3,000 years, right? So they've got records going back to the Duke of Zhou, and before the Duke of Zhou as well. So, which China? When did UK start? The United Kingdom as a United Kingdom was founded in the 1700s by the Act of Union. It's like 1707 or something silly like that. But that you can't say that the individual states, especially Scotland and England. So let's put China at 110 years old. Okay. The US is about 15, 13 compared to China. It's a petulant teenager. I wouldn't say they're a child. They're not a child. The American Civil War was a tantrum. I'm from the Bay Area in San Francisco too. Liberal shithole. I'm from the Bay Area in San Francisco too. Liberal shithole. I'm not sure. I think I'll tell you something else as well, though, if you want some analysis rather than opinion. I was saying this to Ramsey as well. The whole conservative versus liberal thing's a complete red herring. It's a total red herring. It's not the point. It's not the point. That stuff is being used to divide and conquer. That's being pushed by outside forces, and then with America's kind of zeal for profiteering at any fucking opportunity. I think that people are because there's like a circuit. You know what I mean? There's a like, don't touch my guns. I don't want to take your guns away. I have come to accept. Believers, right? I am extremely glad that we don't have the gun culture that you have over there. Fuck that. I am not in favor of guns personally, but I have come to accept, and I'm at peace with the fact that it's part of the American experience. It's part of the American, it's part of the American culture. Not that you have much culture, but it's part of that. It's part of who you are. And I have come to understand that and accept that, but I'm so glad that shit is not over here. If that Wayne LaPierre steps in my fucking country, I'll break his fucking neck. Fuck him. Right? That shit is bonkers. People who don't want fucking guns should not be dying on the fucking streets because of the people who fucking have access to them who don't. It's like fighting somebody who doesn't want to fight with you. It's not fair. But no, I don't want to take their guns away. I think that the polarization of American society, people are out to profit from it. The polarization, which drives it even more. You've got fucking people who are almost fucking communist in nature running parts of it. You've got people who are almost Nazi in their fucking, in their political outlook, running parts of it. And the thing you've got to remember with America is, right, It's not a country, it's a continent. So what yous are doing at the minute, I understand. What I think is happening in America is, right, yous are finding out, yous are going through the whole puberty thing of finding out who yous are and what yous are, right? Yous are having a pretty spectacular fucking tantrum at the minute. And you've got fucking false prophets all over the place. I'm glad we don't have acid attacks, knife attacks, and baseball bat attacks here in the States. Well, I'll say this, Wesley. I'm pretty sure you probably do. It's just blown out the water by the gun attacks, unfortunately. Got my first shotgun Christmas 35 years ago. Still have it. That's kind of cool. If I was going to get into guns, I think I would be. I would collect vintage ones like I do with perfumes and everything. Basically, I like vintage stuff. So I would get ye olde weapons, which I think was quite cool. I am quite armed myself. I do have a carry license. It's cool. It's fine. I accept it. It's calm. And frankly, I'm not American, so it's not as if I can like sit and opine on the fucking subject and be like, I don't want guns in here. And it's just from an outside point of view, you know. It's just from an outside point of view, like looking in. No politics at the family dinner table. It's Christmas. I did fucking think to myself before, I probably shouldn't be fucking. I did think that it's. Probably a stupid thing to do after having a lovely stream that we have had, but I'm not going to get into the. I don't like telling people what to do. You know what I mean? I'm not a fan of necessarily telling people what to do. I say what I think, but the reason that like in this country when there's like acid attacks and knife attacks and baseball bat attacks and stuff like that, the reason that like that it gets talked about so much in this country is because of how remarkable it is. Like, it's so 39 people watching and 39 likes. I like that kind of thing. It's so strange and rare, and then you have gun attacks as well. There are some illegal guns in this country, totally. But the idea, like this kind of mantra that I've heard some people say that, like, the only way you can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. It's just such bollocks. It's such bollocks. It really is a bad, bad philosophy. You know. DMS says I find everything's already been said on the matter of gun ownership. It be how it be. It's a fair point that. The point is dissension, says Panther. Yeah. Like the whole everybody's and America's got this thing about individualism as well. Everybody's got this thing about individualism, so everybody feels like they're under attack. Everybody feels like they're being targeted. Xmas stream to be deleted afterwards. Yes. The thing is that I feel pretty calm about it because I'm not going to say anything outrageous or that I feels outrageous. I mean, if I do say something outrageous, I will delete it because fuck it. But I just think that in the Western world as well, I think that not just the American thing, but the Western world is we're having a bit of I think we're all having a bit of a spasm at the minute, to be honest with you. I just think it's more acute in America because everybody else in the world sees America as the one with the most potential, the one with the battleground, the place to fight over because it's so important. And I feel like American public as a whole, taken as a whole, like they understand that, but they they don't know what to do with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no patience, there's no calmness. Everything's got to be done double quick. You've got all the time in the world. I remember making the point to fucking Ramsey that I think that America's best days are still ahead of it. And I do actually believe that. I think yous are like teenagers. Yous are nowhere near your prime yet. You know what I mean? But yous are getting that kind of... Yous are becoming into the world, into a world full of countries like China and France and fucking like India and Russia and the UK, like countries that have been around the block many times and have seen many different things and understand that it's okay to have bad times. It's not a disaster. You don't need to fucking go mental. Not that Britain hasn't gone mental, because it fucking has. I also think it's a very important point to remember that we're living in the midst of a revolution at the minute, the digital revolution, including the internet. Like, it's incredibly... I mean, if you fucking took somebody from 40 years ago, never mind 100 years ago, if you took somebody from the 80s and you planted them in 2023, the head would explode. They wouldn't know what the fuck to do with themselves. They would shit themselves. They wouldn't know the first thing. It's like we're living on a fucking another planet, man. And that's for everybody. Good, bad, and indifferent. DJ says they can't even air Monty Python these days. This whole kind of overprotection of people, it's all right to be offended. Like, I get accused of being left, but I get accused of being right on some things. Actually, that's happened to us before, which I kind of like the idea that I get accused of being right and left. But I think that the cancelling thing is absolutely ridiculous. It's just people being stupid. I also think that cheap imitation, that's a good point. I think America needs to learn it's okay just to be a global citizen rather than being the global leader. Yeah, it's coming. America's coming out of this kind of period post Cold War when they won, where they were proved correct in what they were thinking and doing, and World War II. But we're living in a post-Cold War, even though we've re-entered another Cold War. We're living in a post-first Cold War. I was going to say COVID war. That's another fucking thing entirely I'm not getting into. I think we're living we're in the second Cold War now. I think that the battle lines have been redrawn, and we have got this massive fucking anxiety. We've got this massive anxiety about like what's going to happen next. You know what I mean? Everybody looks back. I'm really, really, really aware of nostalgia. Like the vintage perfume thing kind of like ties in that. You've got to be careful with nostalgia, because in the main, now is probably the best time to be alive. Don't get us wrong, there's a lot of shit about being alive now. Lobbyist culture here is a big part of the problem, totally. But like, the thing is to remember as well is that the lobbyists for things that you agree with as well, this is a point I always make to people as well, you've got to keep an eye on yourself, that you don't slip down that fucking slippery slope. I saw somebody mention greed before. Like, greed's a huge problem we've got in the West at the minute. People all out for themselves and not doing what's better for the greater good. You know, I'm not saying fucking be communist, because you've got to look after yourself before you look after other people. Otherwise, you're no good to anybody, you know. But supply and demand, the slippery slope of greed has reached its breaking point as the rich and politics have been bought. Yes. And bought on all sides as well, by the way. Lobbyist culture is a massive problem in the UK as well. There's no normal people in politics anymore. Each side wants to cancel the other. Yeah. They're attacking people. Nobody acts in good faith anymore. You know? Nobody acts in good faith anymore. It's crazy to me. It's fucking mental to me that people get so involved in politics that they would stop speaking to somebody else, or that they would write off somebody else as being just like a piece of shit and they should never talk to them again. They can't get on with them because of politics. Unless it's something outrageous like Nazism or fucking communism. Unless it's something crazy like that shit, where somebody's like so intolerant that you can't talk to them. I'm looking for a scent of the day. Maybe one that I got from Alan for Christmas. Oh, where Alan's Jubilation 40. Oh, where is Jubilation 40? You'll enjoy that. I blame the new UK. I blame the UK for the new Doctor Who. Do you know what it is? I've never been a Doctor Who fan. That is something the Americans can throw in Boston Harbour. Fucking shite. I've never been a Doctor Who fan. I just think it's cheesy. Apparently the new zoologist is called Penguin. That'll be cool. No technology. I was thinking of mentioning it, then I said not to. Yeah, we're living in the midst of a fucking technological revolution. There's globalism. Globalism is just a fact of life now. You've got anti-globalism protesters, but it's there's no point. It's done. It's gone. It's yesterday's battle. You know, technology's made it so. All these things have come together all at the same time. Like there'll be books and there'll be fucking not just books, but there'll be like fucking. This is one of the most outrageous times to be alive ever, if not the most outrageous. Monumental times. Probably the most pivotal time to be alive. There's so much shit going on. Medicine, fucking technology. I mean, think about where you are right now, right? Think about where you are right now and think about where I am and the fact that you can hear what I'm fucking saying. This all started with Pop-Tarts and beans on toast. I will die on the hill of beans on toast. Is Uvalde, Texas, a big city, says Frank. Pass. Ramsey might be able to tell you because he's from Texas. See, Texas is bigger than the UK, like considerably. You know what I mean? Like it's not even close. America's a continent, not a country. A huge percentage of Swedes own hunting rifles. Gun violence was zero until 2018, when hundreds of thousands of Syrians were invited to migrate during the ISIS crisis. Now they're at 11 firearm murders monthly, says Manly Sense. Well, the problem we've got in the West is a massive demographic problem. That's why the immigration's really happening, if you want the God's honest truth. We've got a huge demographic problem. They've got the young men and the young women, and we don't, and we need them. So it's an economic problem. It's a demographic problem. That's what's happening. Be left in no doubt. And unless you want to end up like Japan, which doesn't accept immigrants in almost all cases, but you should see the state of their economy as a basket case. Welcome, my view. Like they're a very developed and brilliant economy and a brilliant people. But their demographics are absolutely hideous. And it's because they don't have any immigration and they don't reproduce as much. We were never asked if we wanted them. That's the problem, says Nick. It is a problem. Frank says that's so British. I mean, anything I could have said there could be so. Beans on toast, yeah. It's shite food. We do not make good food. We had to import our food. Our food has always been fucking woeful. The curse of living in interesting times. It's fucking riddled with anxiety. Stephen Tampton, how you doing, mate? Hi, my view. Camel, yummy. Camel is yummy. I still like the name Honey Badger for zoologist perfume. I imagine it would be a great addition to their collection. I bet it's hard as fuck. I bet it could beat the fuck out of what. You ever seen them honey badgers? They take on snakes. You know what I mean? They'll fight anything. Madness. Imagine if you sprayed on some honey badger and just became like a fucking MMA champion or something crazy like that. I wouldn't fight a honey badger. Callie's Groom Room, welcome to you. Merry Christmas, how you doing? God Emperor Trump, he is a great guy. He's as bad as fucking the other one, Biden. They're as bad as each other. They're as bad as each other, just in different ways. The problem we've got is that they're two fucking old men, right? They're two old fucking men, two stupid old men who have never lived in the real fucking world. They've never done a job that you've done, right? They don't have any life experience like that you did. They were both born into fucking wealth and power, right? They have absolutely no idea about your life, nor are they interested. All they know is how to fucking manipulate you and get you to do what they want you to do. The bastards. Fuck the pair of them. I won't hear of any dissent. Sorry. I was joking with that. We were never asked if we wanted them, that's the problem. Well, I mean, I get what you're saying. But I imagine it's because those who make those kind of decisions. I mean, it all started with Windrush when we had to get people to rebuild the country for after the Second World War, because it kicked the shit out of it. It kicked the fuck out of it. Like the Second World War in Europe was destroyed. The First World War kicked the fuck out of it, and then it was like a 1-2 punch. You know what I mean? You're talking 25 years apart, man. Not even that. 21. So you had one generation in between. The First World War, I don't know if it's like this in America or like over the Atlantic, but the amount of like old memorials where the list of the names of the people who died, and it's in every village, and there's fucking hundreds of men's names on these things from very small places. There was no fucker left, right? And then you can imagine everybody came home, bred with each other, created another generation, which then got fucking slaughtered wholesale again in the Second World War. You know what I mean? Disgusting. Absolutely outrageous. Absolutely disgusting. And we also had £10 poms. Yeah, people moving around, people doing fucking, like, people not wanting to fucking live around here anymore. You know? Rather than shit singling out and point scoring for low IQ dribblers. Yeah, it's just, we need... It's fucking, we just need to fucking take a deep breath and stop listening to people who are like perpetually outraged by things. You know what I mean? All these millionaires and billionaires who are always telling you telling you how to live, you know? It's crazy. I've been taking a break from sniffing. Any exciting releases? How long have you been taking a break for, my Vu? And I'll be able to tell you if there's been anything interesting released ever since then. Ooh, I'm getting cat pictures off my friend. What a lovely way to end the day. We should do a cat stream. That'll cheer everyone up. Like 2 months. Oh, right. So it hasn't been that long. Towers Nexon is quite nice, my Vu. I'm ready for cheese and onion pasty. Maybe we'll make some tomorrow. I'm craving Greg's. I can't wait to see you. Leslie, we will have Greg's. We will sit and have Greg's have little, they call them Greg's Moments, where they're like little cafes. There's another place as well that Greg's have partnered with. And they do like, oh my God, where is it? They do like, I will take you for Greg's. They do like Greg's meals. It's crazy. I think the Greg's is open in my town tomorrow. Greg's comes from my part of the world, comes from the northeast. You know, I've banged my hand and I've cut it. Because I'm a stupid man. Yes, filthy rich celebs posting their daily routines showing how early they wake up for their workouts. Unlike them, we don't have a fleet of assistants, butlers, and maids to take care of the daily needs. They've never worked a day in their lives. They don't understand. You know what I mean? Did Greg's do the festive pasty? Think so. Possibly. I'll get one of them and send you it as well, Stuart, if you want. But the whole thing that like these companies are all in it for themselves. It's fucking. You look at companies like Instagram and Facebook and all that sort of thing. The damage they've caused to us has been outrageous. Ooh, what's your favourite Christmas scent? What's your Christmas scent? My Christmas scent is Feel and Agile by Serge Luton. Let me show you. We'll go back to fragrance talk now. Dwayne Johnson will run next. I mean, he couldn't do any worse than the fucking current fucker. The last two fuckers that have had it. Fucking scandalous old bastards. Fuck them. Time for that fucking generation to fuck off from politics. They fucked us up. They don't understand the modern world. These days, people only care about identity politics. Yes, because it's, well, Rich, what are your thoughts on Baptême de Feu? Fuck that shit. I really don't like Baptême de Feu. It's so horrible. I mean, I haven't smelled it for ages, but it's got orange, which I don't like. It's got what's the other one? Metal, gingerbread. Just I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to buy that and a fucking backup. I've got a backup of it as well. Why? Burke. Excuse me. Fish and chips and Clackheaton is the best. I don't think I've ever been to Clackheaton. Possibly. People will deep throat the boat of a massive evil corporation as long as they say something they agree with. Yep. Fuck the corporations. Massive fucking and fuck those like multi billionaires like Elon Musk and fucking Jeff Bezos and fucking what's the other ones? Mark Zuckerberg and fucking all of them people, the fucking mad cunts. You know what I mean? We worship wealth. The problem we've got, and the problem is with making a lot of money, the problem we've got with capitalism, right? And I'll make this my last point about politics. The problem we've got with capitalism now is that a lot of people know how to play the system to make a lot of fucking money rather than actually offering any value. Like if you invent something, right, you've got a much lower chance of making a lot of money from that invention than you have if you go into something like finance, or if you go into something like social media, or if you go into something like owning it. Like Facebook is like the biggest content provider in the world, produces no content, but it provides the most. And it's like they don't actually do anything. They just show you what other people are doing. And it's like, I don't know, what the fuck? It sounds a little bit commie, that as well, actually, now I mention it. But it's not. It's a very valid point. You need to actually produce something. Those people don't produce anything. They just show you what other people are doing. But anyway, bollocks. I'm sick of politics now. I've talked about it for half an hour and I've made myself feel terrible. Metal, says Nick S. Yes, metal, I'm afraid, mate. I was tempted to get one the other day at a service station. Went for a Burger King instead, says Stuart. Feeling Agile was meant to be similar to Parfum d'Empierre's Wazamba, but Wazamba was 90% aldehydes to me. Can I remember Wazamba? No, not off the top of my head. Wazamba was one of the few scents that gave me a headache. There are a few scents that will make you fucking sick. Oh, fucking hell. Hold on a second. I've just remembered a website that I need to fucking check in on. Good grief. fucking big unit. It's not what I wanted to see. Let's have a look here. Amber Roos is great too. Yeah, I like Amber Roos. When and how did filthy billionaires become heroes? Crazy. You look at any billionaire and you'll see that fucking they've obviously done something fucking terrible at some point. Richard, you on any Facebook groups? Nope. Don't have any social media. Fuck social media. It's absolutely awful. I'm having ham and funeral potatoes. What are funeral potatoes? I'm tempted to blind buy Serge Couche de Diable, but afraid it will be a mistake. I thought Couche de Diable was alright, but don't take my fucking word for it. Sample it first. I would never recommend whatchamacallit. I would never recommend blind buying. BlackRock Social Scores takes homes out of the market and bought Creed. Yeah, and then sold them for 3 times what they were worth. If you think about what I mean, it's a perfect microcosm of what is wrong with the state of the system we live under at the minute. They bought Creed, right? Released 2 absolutely shit perfumes, right? And then sold it for 3 times what they paid for it. And everybody's like, oh, well, that shows them that they're good at business. That shows them that they're good. It's like, no. What it shows is that they're fucking parasites. That's what it fucking shows. You know? Fucking dirty bastards. No intention of making the business better. If anything, wanting to make it worse. Making the product better, I should say, not the business. There's a difference. But no, I'm not on any Facebook groups. I'm not on fucking Facebook. I'm not on, certainly not on Instagram because that shit. Well, I'm certainly not on TikTok because I'd rather shit in my hands and clap. That stuff is awful. Have you tried Eclin de Fume, Rich? No, but I've heard it's an amberwood nightmare, which is extremely sad. Lamb chops, garlic, olive oil, pepper, rosemary, cooked medium well. Not a fan of lamb. Welcome, Grey Wolf. How are you? Hey all. Curious what your favourite pickups discoveries are this year. I will be doing a video on that, so I would not like to say at the minute. But if you stick around for a couple of weeks, I'm going to be doing one in the first couple of weeks of January. I like the year to be over before I do reviews and stuff like that, because you never know what might fucking happen. You know? I bought a Couche de Diable earlier this month. It's not bad, says Shelby. Not familiar with that. Facebook groups can be handy for hard to find fragrances, says Stuart. I suppose with your contacts, you probably don't need to, huh? Do you know what it is, right? Do you know what it is? I like, and I'm not being fucking like the lone wolf type complex here, but I like to try and find my own kind of way, because I think that's another problem we have as the Western world at the minute. There's not enough, not duality, what's it called? Like diversity in our kind of thought processes, you know? Like, I don't think there's enough, what's it called? Oh, fuck me, I've mentioned this loads of times. People all seem to tend to do the same fucking thing, and I try to do something else. And I'm not, like I say, I'm not trying to be like this kind of lone wolf sort of thing, but I'm trying to find individualism. Well, yes, I do believe in individualism massively, because I mean, it's just a stark fact. Everybody's different. You can't get. That's why I don't believe in conspiracy theories, because you just can't get 2 people to fucking agree about anything, you know. But I do think I do also paradoxically go along with the old George Carlin thing, where he's like, when interests converge, you know, at the golf club. There doesn't have to be an outright conspiracy. But anyway, I'm thinking of a different word. There's not enough plurality. There's not enough plurality in life at the minute. Everybody's either fucking one side or the other, or they're on the same side, and everybody, like, you know, you've got the mob sort of mentality and all that kind of shit. It's like I question myself all the time, and people mostly only question other people. It's a problem in this community, says James. You're absolutely right. It's a massive fucking problem. Everybody's bought. That's the problem with money. Everybody, like, most people can be bought. You know. Oh, I have to agree. 95% of the content on Facebook's fragrance groups is buying and selling blood Chanel, but occasionally you get some gems. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I met my friend. How did I meet my friend in Japan? I think it was through eBay. And then we just got like chatting. I sort of circumvented the eBay rules about getting in touch with each other off of eBay by sending him a picture of like my email address. And he emailed us, and now I've got his number. And now I fucking trust him. I send him away with hundreds of pounds all the time. I send him like hundreds of pounds all the time for perfumes, and I've never had one. I trust him implicitly, massively. That's another thing that's wrong with the world at the minute. There's no trust. But then, because it's like the savvy thing to do, it's the clever thing to do, not trust anybody. And it's like cool. But it's that's how the world goes round. You know what I mean? I do realise I'm in the minority. I've got a sore tongue. How the fuck's that happened? Maybe it's because I'm just talking too much shit. Facebook groups. Yes, I have a co-worker who really believes in flat earth. This is an educated clinician. I'm sure they're just being contrary. I'm sure those people are just being fucking contrary. You know? Like, that, fuck. I mean, what do they think? Where the fuck does gravity come from then? The fucking gimps. Welcome, Ashley. Was it something I said? The best thing about the best thing about the Facebook groups are the people community. The worst thing about them is Facebook. Yeah, they're listening to everything they say. They are literally listening and watching everything you say on those things. It's crazy. There are two types of people: those who want to be left alone and those who don't want to leave you the fuck alone. Was that George Carlin? I feel like it was. Generally, I want to be left alone. But I don't hate, and I'm not so staunch that I think that everybody's going to leave you alone, because they're not. It's the downside of postmodern deconstruction, questioning even the most obvious truths like the shape of the earth. Yes, it's that whole thing. Question everything. It's like, why? So you can profit from it. Are you taking the piss? You know what I mean? This is reminding me of a Boz stream. Oh, Jesus Christ, I fucked it. Maybe I should delete it. It's not what I want. That is not my intent, and I do apologise to everybody. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I don't want to be one of those. I don't want to be. I don't want to be like that. I like the resurgence of Art Deco. Some really nice Art Deco watches. Cartier does a couple of. I think the tank's quite Art Deco, frankly. I'm not going to start going on about watches. But no, I do apologise to those people who are feeling the Boz vibe. That was not my intent. It's the whole question everything thing is silly. You don't have to question everything. You have to question the right things. You know, it's kind of lazy. You know, it's kind of lazy to think question everything. Because then people start saying, well, can you prove the Earth's not flat? Yes, I can, actually. And thank you for asking. Have you ever seen that the Earth's not flat? Yes. The dialogue is always on the level of a person that is more stupid. That's the problem, yeah. You've got to, you should be able, as a skill, as a human, to be able to explain difficult things to people who aren't. You should be able to. When I was at school, we were always taught that if an alien came down from space and knew nothing about this certain thing, how would you explain it? Is Boz banned? No. Boz is not banned at all, unless one of the moderators has banned him. But he's not banned. I think he's just gone to bed. He doesn't like the perfume talk, man. Rich, I made sure he wasn't being contrarian. Very disappointing. That is disappointing. It's crazy. Just slap him about the face with a wet fish. Just tuning back in. Rich Mitch, do you enjoy any Cartier perfumes? Indeed, I do. Santos de Cartier. I have vintage Santos de Cartier, Santos de Cartier Concentré, Roadster. What else do I like? Can someone remind us? I'm sure there's more. Roadster's an amazing fragrance. It was my signature like years ago, like 15 years ago. No, everything you've said is reasonable and thoughtful. Nothing controversial here. Thank you, cheap imitation. I appreciate cheap imitation. Oh yeah, that contrarian tape reminds me of my dad at holidays. They just are out there, and it's like, oh, just sod off, man. You fucking gimp. We know what you're doing. Shut up. My view says also just because a person is really smart in one field doesn't mean they're generally smart. Yes, I see physicians peddling Herbalife in my country. Absolutely, totally agree. There are a lot of people out there who are extremely book smart, who haven't got one scintilla of fucking common sense at all. Like the death of common sense is absolutely insane. Everybody's got a specialized fucking thing. Nobody's got like just general common sense. Everybody's perma outraged at everything, and it's like, just chill out, man. Why are you so fucking vexed? I've got quite a few Cartier Lasers from discounters, beautifully artistic, but if I'm honest, I don't wear them much. I bought a bottle of Oud and Month off Bry, and I regret it hugely. I regret that fucking hugely. I've been trying to sell it for about 9 months. Since I got it, basically. Should never have bought it off him. It was... I'm just not a fan. It's got a lovely mint note in it, but I'm sure the oud's like an amber wood. So if anybody wants to buy it, anybody likes the idea, and I wouldn't care. There's a lot of perfumes in that line that are really good. Zambowman, I do enjoy Cartier perfumes. I think they're one of the best. I've got L'Envol. L'Envol's a really good perfume. Hey, I was just in Miami. The Art Deco buildings are great there, says Cheap Imitation. Took your chances there, did you? In Miami. I can't wait for the new GTA. It looks absolutely incredible. The only problem is it's not coming out until 2025. I drank with my sister until 7 a.m. This lamb is making the brain right again. Nice. Thanks for answering on hot pursuit of a reasonably priced roadster as a blind buy. Gotta like mint. Gotta like an appley vibe, like the mint and the bergamot give like an apple vibe. So you've got to be careful of that. But if you like that, you've got this kind of mint. You've got this kind of mint choc chip ice cream vibe because the patchouli comes in later, and it's just a glorious thing. I think it's beautiful. It's what designer fragrances used to be like pre 2010. That's where I'm trying to buy. Lamb's going to be a heavy dinner. I cut down on red meat drastically. I don't eat enough red meat. Actually, would you believe I eat a lot of crap? I graze. I've got a sugar addiction, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. I really need to fucking knock that on the head. Like, I really need to knock that on the head. Eating fucking sugar is like gonna kill me. Touch wood, if I'm not careful. My view, that's correct. Even Einstein made mistakes. I finally got over my distaste of white florals, specifically tuberose, thanks to carnal flowers of all perfumes. I'm not a fan of white florals, just not me. I've never liked them. The reminders of death, I think I've explained before. I used to go to a chapel of remembrance when I was a kid every November, and it just reminds us of silence in the car. It reminds me of an atmosphere so thick you couldn't cut it with a knife. You would need some kind of fucking laser to chop through it. It reminds me of loss and horribleness and just generally ugly scenes. So I don't like white florals, but that's a very personal thing. I appreciate everybody, like lots of people love them. I love Savile Row, such a gorgeous masculine tuberose. I've been doing opposite. Ribeyes 3 to 4 times a week. Jordan Peterson eats a ribeye every day. Jordan Peterson says and does a lot of things. He's got more problems than his fucking customers, him. Fuck knows how he's become famous. He's very erudite. He speaks very well, but the things he says are just fucking like, Jordan, just take the microphone off him, let him go and sort his shit out, and then come back when he feels a bit better. But it's his career. That's the problem. You see, we've made a fucking. It's this doom scrolling. You know what I mean? Everybody likes watching a good fucking real life misery fucking tragedy play out. We're addicted to it. Make your bed, kid. We all need a healthy level of skepticism of authority figures, heavy emphasis on healthy. Yes, anybody who seeks to be in power should probably not be anywhere near it. You know? Anybody, especially those career politicians, people who have never done anything other than be a fucking politician. It's fucking disgusting. Fuck them people. But then you've got people who have been born into wealth. And it's always been like, well, you've got the wealth, now go and get the power. And it's like, fuck off. The Cartiers are very hit or miss, which I think is good. They're all very imaginative, says Zambowman. Don't I eat like that all my life? Just the past year, I'm eating more chicken and fish. I had turkey today, never again. Oh, God, I say it every year. The chicken was pink, but apparently it was cooked. So I'm praying. I'm praying at this point. Miami is funny, but I was there for an art show. Nothing. Gabrielle Cadiz, have you tried mustard Cartier? Yes, the male one. It was nice. But it was dress sense. Thinking of buying Triumph of Bacchus with all this Christmas money, says supply and demand. Haven't tried it yet. I do need to try them. Popping in to send some holiday greetings. Triple welcome. Wish I could hang out, but the family begs. Cheers. Merry Christmas, mate. James in the bottom end. What do you think about Tuberose Criminal then, Rich? Seems like your personal nightmare. It absolutely is, mate. It really is, my view. Kevin Samuels was the best to ever do it. Do you know what it is? You can say that he was the best to ever do it, but all these men who go around just berating women for all sorts of shit, that is not the right way to. That is not the right way to fucking to live. You know what I mean? You've got problems. The reason women don't want to talk to you is because the women are wrong. It's like, well, hang on a minute. Why don't you just fucking sort yourself out, you fucking prick? Like I thought Kevin Samuels spread a lot of misery. like the whole men's lib thing that we're experiencing a rise in at the minute, it's a career path for people because they know that sad little men who can't sort themselves out will subscribe. You know what I mean? And they'll send money for a guy who's gonna like the Pied Piper. People like Kevin Samuels are like the Pied Piper. You know what I mean? Gonna lead people off a fucking cliff. Fuck him. There was no loss when he went. The horrible shit. A Christmas dinner classic. Doc, what a great Christmas scent. What, feeling Agil? Yeah, it's beautiful. The scent of the day is Green Dior Eau Noir. Smells a lot like Brenda Gliese for me. Didn't know that. It's the lavender, isn't it? It's the lavender. His family are still keeping his YouTube channel going crazy stuff. Well, I mean, that's the money, isn't it? You know what I mean? People will say anything for fucking loads of money. Why, I think I'll wear boardos on today. I haven't worn that in ages. About to head out for Chinese food. A Christmas dinner classic. Loads of people eat takeaways on fucking Christmas Day. I had no idea that was a thing. But apparently it's massive. It's huge. I do like to eat meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, Doc. Not me. I'm not a big fan of meatloaf. That escalated quickly, says Nick. Yes, sorry. Doug, in the UK tomorrow is Boxing Day. What do you do on that day? Watch football. We'll watch football on Boxing Day. Newcastle are playing at fucking 11:30 in the morning, so I might pop to the shop just to stretch my legs. I haven't left the house today because obviously me fucking the fucking I haven't left the house today because my car's dead and I've got to. You are the meatloaf. I've got the rental car, but it's an absolute bag of hammers. But it's I've had one before. It's a little Nissan Micra from 20 years ago. They're fucking brilliant cars, but I don't want to be seen in it particularly because it's like a fucking bubble car. It looks like something from the Jetsons. Imagine that with wheels, mental. And I'm a big man. I'm 6'2" and I weigh fucking what, 260 pounds, 270 pounds for all the Americans watching. I actually fucked with a lot of your rants today, Rich. The camel bottle when I first came in was a good sound. Thank you, Maivu. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you stayed. I will say things that I can stand behind, and if I can't stand behind them, I will say I shouldn't have said that. Taking relationships advice from single broke people is like going to a mechanic for a root canal. Bullseye. Do you remember when Centaur started, when he changed his channel to talking about fucking dating advice and shit like that? Like, get the fuck out of here, Ben. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, he got a lot of jip for the way he looked, which I thought was wrong. But I ain't taking fuck. I mean, that comes to a fucking. It comes to it. I mean, well, let's be sensible here. Ben was not a hit with the ladies. Ben was never in a position to give any fucker dating advice. Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Let's be perfectly honest. If you want fucking dating advice, get better genetics. Get better genetics. Make sure you smell clean. Make sure you are clean. Who's that? Centaur. Centaur fragrance. Daddy dating advice. That's what he's called. That's what he's changed his channel name to. Daddy dating advice. Ben, what you doing? Cheers, cheap imitation. Thank you for coming. What's that saying? Every billionaire is a policy failure. Well, quite. I think if you want a capitalist system, I do want capitalist because it's the best one we've got, but I also think it's a failure of imagination because we haven't got anything better. I just think we could do better. Not socialism, fucking communism was a write-off from the very beginning. It was a terrible fucking idea. It defies nature. But the inequity of the capitalist system we live under at the minute is unsustainable, and it will bring it down. Have you ever heard of accelerationism? I think I've talked about it before. Billionaires trying to bring about the end of the fucking politicians as well, trying to bring about the end of society quickly so that we can move on to the next one. Steve Bannon's like that. Steve Bannon's an accelerationist. Someone needs to fucking deal with him permanently as well. Allegedly. He's a terrible cunt. He is a really terrible person. Sweaty, alcoholic-looking bastard that he is. Foul beast. I'm not advocating for his death. Just deal with him. You don't need to sub to Senator or Daddy Dayton advice because he doesn't make videos anymore. He thought he was going to go viral with that shit for some insane reason. Like, Ben was always all right. He was never great, but he liked his perfume and he liked to talk about it. But the idea, just like, it's like, hang on a minute. If you go back through his videos, you'll see him. Like, you'll see what he looks like, and you'll see his mannerisms, the way he talks, what he talks about. It's like, are you taking the fucking piss? It's like, how a Ben, man, like, have a bit of self-awareness. You know, do something about yourself. Began run telling people what to do about themselves. You can't be telling anybody. Just don't do it. People can't complain about his delivery when relationships are in such dire straits. People are delusional in what they want in a partner. It's affecting future families. Absolutely. People are insane out there. People have got like these unrealistic expectations which are being perpetuated by people online. And it's pretty outrageous. It's pretty despicable. It's pretty awful. Like, nobody's perfect. Like, you don't have to be a cuck if you are willing to give a little bit in your relationship, you know what I mean? Like, I saw a video the other day where there was like this really good looking girl and she was with a bloke who was like, he had a really good job, he had a good house, like they were together, and she was like, I don't have to worry, he doesn't hit us, like he like pays for everything for us, like, but she was like, at the same time I do what I should as a woman, and she was like, I cook, I clean, I suck, I fuck, and I shut the fuck up. And I was like, are you taking the fucking piss? Why don't you get a fucking job, you fucking loser? You know what I mean? Why don't you fucking like do something with your own life instead of being like some fucking receptacle for someone else? Do you know what I mean? Why, like, for life to just fucking pour itself into you? You know what I mean? That is a euphemism and literally true. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I am not the meatloaf. If my wife leaves me, I'll be a passport bro. As long as it has fair rules for all. I mean, is that the height of your ambition, to be like someone's wife? Capitalism needs common sense house rules. Totally agree. Everybody's fucking. Everybody's being fucking like polarized. You've gone from one end of the spectrum to the other and nothing in between. And it's like, just fuck off. Just be normal, for God's sake. That's what's wrong with our politicians. None of them have lived a real life. Like, all these Instagram influencers and stuff like that, for every one of them, there's about a million people who aren't like that, who just do normal shit, who add a lot more value to life, and then fucking people like that suck the fucking life out the rest of it. Christmas ghosts, there are ghosts. There are ghosts at the minute. Hopefully we're getting that sorted in the new year. Rachel has my vote. Meatloaf is a great artist. There should be no reason good law-abiding men should be torn down and stripped of pride, livelihood, and sanity due to the various laws placed to empower women to leave relationships and get paid for it. I don't necessarily think that the empowerment of women really needs to come at the cost of men at all. I think that what we're exposing here is that women. I don't necessarily think it should be legislated for, but I also think that at the time when the legislation came in, it was probably past time that it needed to come in, because men had over dominated everything for fucking thousands of years. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. Men have been doing to women for thousands of years, but at the same time, the balance has gone completely other way. There's no middle ground now. You know what I mean? It's this whole outrage culture. What you're so pissed off about all the time. Just fucking chill out, man. It's fine. It's all right. It's like, so fuck. You've had a bad time of it recently. So have like millions of other people. Most people have a bad time in their lives. You know what I mean? Most people's lives who have ever lived have not been the best, or no, most people don't reach their full potential. It's calm. You know what I mean? Try and be happy. Or try and be happier. Be content. That's not to say that you need to settle, but like, try not to just be permanently fucking outraged. I've received some money. I think it's from Bilbo. In fact, I know it's from Bilbo. Thank you, Bilbo. I take it I'm entertaining Bilbo, and that's the main thing. I thought you said Sentinel. My heart skipped a beat. No, God, no. Pep sound as fuck. Pep sound as fuck. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. It's Centaur. Daddy dating advice. Christmas has Mitch fired up, loving it. Putting the world to rights today, Mitch. I know, it's ridiculous, really. I have no right to sit here and fucking go around putting the world to rights. Well, I do, because everybody has the right to do that. It's just my opinion shouldn't matter any more than anyone else's. Feel free to disagree, by the way, anyone, if you think I'm talking shit. Like, I hope the perfume talk on this channel has taught you, if anything, that I can take dissenting voices without being fucking outraged. There are people I talk to every day who I disagree with about all sorts of things, and I would never, unless they said something truly despicable or fucking awful, right, would get rid of them. They would have to say something like, but my tolerance is pretty high. You know what I mean? And you don't have to like it. That's the thing about tolerance. I'm not saying you have to fucking like it, but you have to kind of, you know, can't we all just get along? It doesn't mean you have to put your arm around everybody and say, I love you, you're great. No. That way fucking hippies lie, and look what came after hippies in the 1970s, and it weren't great, lads and lasses. Our religions are bigger mistakes than communism. They're up there. I would say that they're right up there with each other. Yeah, they're right up there with each other. Just the problem is that in and of themselves, these things aren't bad. It's what we do with them. It's a fundamental human thing. You know, nobody's pragmatic. Nobody's pragmatic anymore. Nobody's just like, look, I think this might be for the best. There's no plurality. You know, there's no pragmatism. Everybody's got to be staunchly fucking that you've got to do this, and if you don't do this, you're wrong and you're terrible. And if I don't stop you, look at that. I'm not even going to get into the abortion debate. I'm not touching that with a fucking stick. Not publicly, anyway. Some services need to be regulated. Some assets like American oil should be used here and not traded for profit. I kind of feel the same way. The utilities should, like, in this country, have been sold out. No, Boz is not banned at all. I'm telling you, Boz is not banned. I have not banned Boz at all. Boz is not banned in the slightest. So unless one of the moderators has blocked him, which I don't think they have. No, there you are. There is Boz. There is Boz. Boz is not banned. Boz is still here. But I don't want this to be a Boz stream. As somebody said earlier. Capitalism needs common sense households. Totally agree. We're going from horse to now cucks. So many gems have been set tonight. Dying. Is that why you give us a fiver? Flood the zone. Throw shit at the wall and some will stick, says Frank. Yes. Fuck Steve Bannon. He's a terrible person. What an absolutely disgusting piece of shit that greasy, sweaty, alcoholic fucking little bastard allegedly is. And people fucking pay him mind. Fuck him. Dickhead. Christmas ghosts. Plus, he's been making profits and signs since forever. Absolutely. It's the oldest trade in the world. Don't worry, but that's not all that women are. They're not just shagging. They're not just for sex. Artificial intelligence will destroy capitalism in 400 to 500 years. If it's going to destroy capitalism, it won't be 400 to 500 years. It won't be 400 to 500 years at all. Not even close. It'll take less than 100. And probably about 30 to 40 years, more likely. People are not going to see that coming. That is going to hit. That is going to hit different. That is going to hit fucking different, that. Artificial intelligence is coming and fuck knows what it's going to do. Have you ever heard of Rocco's Basilisk? ROKO Basilisk. Mental. Made people ill. It's a thought experiment. Nearly killed a few people. It's a thought experiment that nearly killed people. In fact, I think a few people did kill themselves. We're reaching Cuddles rant levels today. No, we're not reaching Cuddle. We're not having Cuddles because Cuddles is a fucking freak. And he's not very intelligent. And I like to think of myself. If I'm anything, any arrogance comes out, I'm definitely smarter than that fucking daft freak. Apparently he's been making shorts to try and fucking popularise himself. Like, fuck him. The freak. The only pervert in the entire world who's trying to read. He's got no self-awareness whatsoever. The fucking child snatcher that he is. The problem with that is men are still expected to abide by strict gender roles while women explore outside theirs and wonder why they have a hard time in relationships. The problem is on both sides. And I agree with you that there is expectations implicit and explicit that men and women will stick by their gender roles. And you have to take it on an individual fucking case by case basis. And it's hard, but I think a lot of this thing about like the men's lib about like the destruction of like the male, like the alpha male. The alpha male's just, I mean, we don't have alpha males in alpha male theory was debunked by the person who wrote it, right? Alpha male theory is bollocks. It's lies. If you look into alpha male theory, the person who wrote it said it was bullshit about 3 years after he wrote it. Right? I think it was even a hypothesis that he even disproved in the actual fucking making of it, but it stuck. Right? So this whole thing about alpha males is bollocks. There are just different kinds of men who fill different roles. You've got to remember humans are social creatures and we used to hang around in small gangs with each other. Right? Families and wider fucking like groups, communities, right? It's people's fantasies, right? It's people's fantasies of what they want to be. You don't underestimate the projection. Jordan Peterson projects, right? Jordan Peterson projects like fuck, right? Like he wants to be a strong man, but he never was because he was a skinny, cowardly little nerd who went into a very highly intelligent one. Don't get us wrong, but he is emotionally fucking devastated. I would not take any kind of fucking psychological advice from somebody like Jordan Peterson if you paid me £1,000,000. He is a fucked up little boy, right? And he's had no doubt he's had some shit in his life, but so's everyone else, you know. But the again, supply and demand. The roles for men and women today are different and they're changing. I don't necessarily think it should be legislated for anymore because we live in a much more equal society in certain ways. There's a lot less racism these days on a local level. Like more people are less racist now than they ever were like for the last 70, 80 years, you know. The whole sort of like gender gap is closing, but it's not closed, you know. But you've got to take people on their individual wants and needs. As Tom Ford said, every man should experience penetration. I'm fucking sure about that. I certainly don't want to, thank you. As women, we have huge responsibility on how we raise our daughters. Fairy tales give unrealistic expectations and they lived happily ever after. I agree, but I wouldn't just say it's just women. It's how people are raised to, like, I think, expectations from childhood. I think we're all scarred by that, by our parents, you know? It's like the Philip Larkin poem says, they fuck you up, your parents. You know what I mean? You're born a blank slate and your parents have the biggest influence on you in your life. Or your lack thereof, you know? So you've got to take into account for your personal hang-ups. My wife makes much more than me. She thinks she wears the pants. Well, you are married, so you and her are a team, you know? You and her are a team, so we're both nurses, but she's a supervisor. Love Pep. God, am I that far behind? Fuck me, I'm a mile behind. Hold on. A nurse can get a gut feeling and save your life in less than a second for real. Yep. Nurses, teachers, doctors, firemen, police. And I've had me run-ins with the police. I've said this before. I was a bad lad when I was younger. But I value the police. The police are like, it's like they say the thin blue line, isn't it? You know what I mean? I wouldn't like to be a police officer. I couldn't do that shit. There's a massive social worker aspect to it as well that I just wouldn't have the time for. Merry Christmas, Frank. I am teaching her. She knows that she has to be financially independent. I earn much more than my husband. And I. Stating the facts seems sexist as Western culture has through advertising. Have been forced to fed to happy wife and shower them with gifts. The bad actors shifting it to being disagreeable to men. Chaos. It shouldn't. Women being empowered shouldn't come at a cost to men. You know, like if a woman can outcompete you in the workplace, well, fucking look at yourself. You know what I mean? I'm not talking to you specifically, but I'm just saying, like, you know, you've been done by the better person. You say the better man wins, but you've been done by somebody who's better at you than your job, you know? But to deny that we've got, like, biological differences is fucking crazy, and that have, like, people compensating for that is mad. Merry Christmas. Just got done making my chicken parm for the fam. Merry Christmas, I smell. How are you? I like the career rush. Should be in it for the right reasons. Help and service. Yes. We need to get nuclear power back. It's the way. I agree with that as well, actually. I really, really fucking. I remember when the Fukushima thing happened and the Germans were like, oh, we're not making nuclear power anymore. I was like, hang on a minute. You've got nothing under the ground? What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? You've got nothing. You've got nothing in Germany. That's why one of the reasons that fucking Hitler went around invading everybody, because the Germans have got no minerals in the ground. They've got nothing there. They've just got like technical expertise, and they've got the national character is like built towards like engineering, making things, and fucking doing things like that. You know, very practical. Oh my god, the child snatcher. Yes, he is. He's a fucking child snatcher. The horrible front bum. I've seen it. My grandma was with me in a dog appointment for ME. The doctor was oblivious. The nurse looked at my grandma and started yelling. All of a sudden, a second later, she was stroking. Welcome, not in the know. How are you? Interesting discussion. Teachers are more valued and compensated well everywhere except the US. Not in England. Not in England. I got it. The want to keep we dumb. That's a thing. They definitely, like, whoever it is, whether it be the right or the left, they want to keep you dumb so you don't know what they're getting up to. Education is one of the best investments you can make in a population. But she was completely okay, thanks to the nurse, thank God. Not so much alpha male, just confident, creating men. Is the desired most wimpy contribute to women divorcing men at the highest rate ever? I don't understand that. A good nurse stays ahead of the game and not wait for shit to hit the fan, absolutely. I celebrate only one holiday, New Year, the most internationally recognised holiday. The rest doesn't mean anything to me. Well, Muslims don't celebrate New Year at the time that we celebrate it, do they? I think they do when they're over here. Like if they're in like a Western civilization, because how can you not? But like the Chinese as well. There's more. I'm telling you, there's much more Chinese people than us, and they don't celebrate New Year at the same time we do. Although they're extremely good at assimilation, or the Chinese, fucking lovely people, most of them. Again, ran by a bunch of fucking lunatics, and have been for some time. Hi, Box. Yes, the nurses have real knowledge and take care of people. Dostoevsky was much better psychologist than Peterson. I'm a better psychologist than Jordan Peterson. Well, no, maybe he's not a psychologist, but I'm much happier being me than he is being him. People are now so anti-racist they even exaggerate. Well, Westerners have come so far they almost hate their own race. There's a lot of self-loathing. There's a lot of self-loathing going on because we were imperialists, went round conquering loads of people, and it's kind of like a bit of public flagellation. Like a bit of self-flagellation after the fact. Public service should be cherished. Nurses, teachers, etc. Whether you like it or not, Rich, the time will come. You're nearly that age. What age? Peach. Parents beat your children when they start to behave like you. Boys, we've got to get you some shrooms. Less prejudice overall. We do see strong pushback from the far end of the spectrum. Absolutely, we do. I imagine men do come out of it bitter, yeah, Frank. Yeah, they feel as though they're losing out. Bilbo says, everybody needs to buy Mitch a coffee. He's earned a few tonight. Thank you, Bilbo. Got a PS5 for Christmas? Nice. I smell got a PS5 for Christmas. Too flat, Mitch, that's why they got no minerals, too few mountains, hills. Well, geologic activity. I mean, there's not everything is like underneath a hill. You know, look at Saudi Arabia, all their oil's under a desert. How flat do you think they are? Saharov signature roses I smell scent of the day. Boys, I'm going to start my training for our match tomorrow. I have the tiger. I wore signature tobacco today. It was totally lush, says Ash. I sold mine, I just wasn't wearing it. Nuclear power will power those damn EVs they want. It will desalinate ocean water during droughts. Let's go. Germans have been programmed to be betas, become their DNA to be bitches as part of the atonement for World War II. And do you know what it is? There's a saying in Britain that Germans are big and soft, right? And they always have been, right? And it's just like, because that's what we call them. Do you know how they're dead, like they come across quite scary? Their language is a bit scary and like they can be quite stiff and robotic and all of that kind of thing. It's not that they've become that. It's that they've been exposed as that. I think they've always been that way, and that's one of the things Hitler brought to them. Hitler brought to them this kind of really strong, but they're actually a very sweet, nice people. It's just their manners, their mannerisms, and like the way they are sometimes. They're really good people, and quite like British people, except we've got this outrageous bloody mindedness, and we're actually quite hard because of it. Like, we're extremely resilient as people. We'll quite contrare sometimes, but Germans are great. I don't think they're betas. I think they're quite artistic. They've got a lot of heritage. They've got a lot of like good stuff going on there. Brits love fighting. Yeah, we love nothing more than a good fucking argument and a good fight. It's because we're island people. We're fucking weird. Look at the Japanese. Japanese are the same. Look at the Samoans. The Samoans are the same. Island people. We're fucking crackers. We're absolutely fucking mental, man. Football fighting's not as big as it was. But we'll love nothing more than that sort of mad shit. Siberia's got tons of natural resources. Yeah, but half always goes in Putin's pocket. Didn't realise how old he was. He's 70 years old, that freak. He can't wait for that cunt to shuffle off this mortal coil. He's an evil, horrible man. Football fighting, Donker, and Kung Fu. I need to go and dehydrate, my friends. I'll be back in a minute. Bilbo, keep people interested. I have returned to you, my friends. I hope not too many people have ran away. I don't know how long I'm going to go on for tonight. I don't know. I'll probably just go to a drop. If you hear snoring, please feel free to bail. Excuse me. I'm going to take another anti-sickness tablet because I don't trust myself at all. At all. I was talking to my doctor, and the doctor said, excuse me, the doctor said, Richard, these antiemetics, they can give you
involuntary movements. And I was like, if I didn't have involuntary movements, I wouldn't move at all. And he said, well, just don't take too many. And I said, I can't guarantee anything, doctor. And he gave us a funny look, and I said, I'm joking, don't worry. I will not abuse my drugs. I've done that, and I shan't do that any further. Oh, what we got here? Oh no. Slow murder, the worst kind. Has anybody seen that film called Martyrs? That film can fuck all the way off, I can tell you. Jesus. Let's have a look. It's a loss of national identity they suffer from. They are scared to be patriotic, it seems. Yes and no. I think we're all losing a bit of national identity because of the globalization thing. But they are still having to pay psychologically for the Second World War. But you can't throw that in their faces anymore. There's none of them still alive, man. You know what I mean? You can't blame people for the sins of their fucking fathers. It's disgraceful, that. Guys, I'm not sure who needs a BJ more, Mitch or Boz. Boz. I bet it's been longer for Boz than me. I'm not good at Kung Fu, I just couldn't help myself, says Ashley. AI response. New Year's Day is celebrated on January the 1st as the most globally recognised holiday marking the start of the calendar year with widespread. But that's AI. You know what I mean? That's AI. Gave gentle fluidity gold to my new chick. She may have sprayed 5 mil already. Shake my head. Frivolous. There's a horror movie called Slaughterhouse. Can you imagine killer sloths? That'll be a slow death. Slow murder, yes. We need Germans to continue to succeed. They are intelligent as a people. Surely they see what I see. They need energy independence. I would agree. I think the whole energy thing at the minute, I think that's why we're going for the whole net zero thing. Because it means that everybody's more independent of countries like Russia and Saudi Arabia and fucking other places that are not aligned with the way that the West feels about things. Although the Russian people are a lovely people, and every Saudi I've ever met has been lovely as well. I say the Saudi people, I just think that fucking I just think that governments just fucking despoil places. Are there any releases in the pipeline that interest you, Rich? Just the Chanel one, the Comet. I want to smell it, but I've got a horrible feeling it's going to be shit. I just googled it. Highest mountain in Siberia is way south, but it's really high. Yeah, it's in the Caucasus, isn't it? Gold smells etheric on here. I have a sample of gold. I imagine it's totally different. Gold. Politicians should be guided by the poets. What's a BJ? It's a blowjob, isn't it? I almost bought a vintage cologne, male chauvinist peg. Anyone tried it? Almost bought a vintage cologne, male chauvinist pig. Is that an actual perfume? I still want Ugly Bastard by Bud Perfumes. I've smelled it. It's a patchouli. It's actually a nice little patchouli number. I've smelled Dragon from them as well. The Dragon one. I've smelled quite a few of their fragrances. But they don't have bottles. They don't have like you have to buy a bottle separately, and then he puts the juice in the bottle. And it's like, oh, I mean, what the fucking kind of setup? What kind of setup is this? Worst thing is when famous black people are bloody Tories like Frank Bruno. Whoa, they can be Tories all they want. Horrible people. Frank Bruno's a bit mad as well, to be fair. Frank, you can't talk about that. Gold man, that's a beautiful old snap cap. Do you know, I had the Gentleman's Cologne, which was what it was based on. Also sampling Forest of the Golden Dream.
It's really nice, though I would wear it more in the spring. How is it? I wanted to sample, but can't here in the UK, says DJ. Ha, really, Mitch? Think so? Yes, if you want to know the last time I had a blowjob, ask your mum. Are there any releases in the pipeline that interest you, Rich? Just that comet by what's it called? Chanel? What's it called? Chanel? Ah! Zhao! Yeah, buddy! How you doing? How is Zhao? Merry Christmas, Zhao. How are you? I hope you are well. Zhao released a video today, I do believe. I haven't watched it, but I will be. It's Jesus' birthday, Rich. Christ. That's not his birthday, Rich is not his middle name. It's Jesus Christ. Dunk, MFK Gold. I haven't tried my sample, the silver one. Merry Christmas, Rich and chat. Welcome, Mike V. How are you? Okay. I'm okay. How are you? How's Mike V? Somebody is grieving me for fucking... they're not awkward. Somebody's like, you drive me crazy with your long, awkward pauses. Speed it up, pal. We haven't got all day. And I'm like, they're not awkward. I'm just thinking before I speak. You should fucking try it. Fucking weapon. You fucking come in here on my channel telling me how to fucking talk, dickhead. Step on me, bushface. Trade flow. Silly old front bum. Fucking talking to me. Oh, he's from Hawaii. I'll get Bob to beat him up. What a horrible man. Jesus never actually existed. There's no historical proof of his existence. I think he did exist, because the Romans had a thing about fucking... I'm sure Pontius Pilate existed. And I'm sure I'm sure there was hell on about that. About how he killed someone, like a Jewish bloke who was like pretending to be some kind of religious thing. Don't know if they called him Jesus, because I don't think that was his name when he was born. Yeshua. Yeshua, that was what he was called at the time, apparently. All good. Finished my Christmas dinner. Lasagna. Oh, God, I wish I'd had a lasagna instead. Maybe spaghetti bolognese. I am fatter and tipsy. Happy days. A proper Christmas season. Well done, Joe. I didn't get enough sleep to be getting drunk. I'm already loopy as it is, says Frank. Time to bail. Cheers, peeps. Thank you, Shelby. Jesus actually never exists. There is. We only know of him because of the Gospels. James, DG, it's really nice. I've tried lots of green fragrance that are harsh on the nose, but this one is soft and gentle. I want to be Richie J in my last life. Free frags. Yeah, I gave somebody Tom Ford's ombre leather yesterday. Gave it to my friend's boyfriend. I was like, do you like that? And she was like, yeah. I was like, give it to your boyfriend. I don't want it anymore. I never wear it. I never fucking wore it. It was just taking up space. Could have sold it, but fucking bollocks, it's Christmas. Like, I know him, and I've known him for ages. And they got together. And I was just like, fuck it, I'll be able to get rid of a fragrance to him. We are at the part of the program where Rich will pause out of spite. Please stick around. Someone fucking... I said to him, I was like, look, you should think before you speak. Like I do. Dickhead. It's Yeshu, not Jesus. Yes, it was Yeshu or Yeshua. Stay off the discounters. Tipsy and a full fragrance cart is a dangerous thing. I'm looking to see if Trudon fancy doing a little sale on their candles, because I would buy the fucking Chire. Chire? Zhao, do you have any idea how to pronounce this? Chire, I think. Ooh, 50 likes. Thank you, friends. I appreciate it greatly. That's Chire Beeswax Absolute. It's not actually a Beeswax Absolute. It's got Beeswax Absolute in it, and that's what it smells like. It's very nice. I wouldn't mind buying that candle, but only if they have a sale. Pilatus died in Switzerland, I beg your pardon. Pontius Pilate. Lucerne. I am aiming this Amawash Silver Rood. There is a mountain by Lucerne named after Pilatus, because he was buried under it. You can't bury someone under a mountain, man. How do you bury someone under a mountain 2,000 years ago? It's a lot of digging. If Jesus came back today, evangelical Americans would learn what he was truly about and not like it. They'd give Trump a quick promotion. It was blurred. Oh, sorry, man. Maybe your vision is blurred, mate. It's Chire. You see? Cire. Can you see? It looks pretty great where I'm from. Trump has the carrot haircut, man. Yes, Lily Duck is showing signs of leaving. He is a false prophet, is Donald Trump. I hate to say it. Aha, got it. He is a false prophet. People believing it because he plays on their fears. I would hate to have been an American over the last few elections, like Clinton or fucking Trump, and then Trump or Biden. Are you taking the piss? Who the fuck? Somebody's having a good laugh at that, like, fucking Christ. I have a bunch of Trudon candles. What they're like? The evangelical Christians are it's a very strange setup. We kicked out all of our fucking nutter fucking religious people, and they all went to America, and since America was essentially empty at the time, they found that they could set up and just start saying whatever they fucking want. Fucking lunatics. That's the problem. There's no fucking repercussions for the shit people come out with now. It's a problem with guns. You can't just go and punch someone in the face for talking shit. And they say Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson will be president. I've got more faith in that fucker being president than any of the fucking other candidates. I don't know who the fuck he would stand for, but I'd vote for him over any of the other fuckers. Cheer. So it's a cheer. Trump's biggest problem is that he's a jackass. I mean, there's more to it than that. Like, extremely cynical man. It is pronounced seer, but rolling the R like the French seal. Let's have the Rock. Yeah, he would do a much better job than any of the other fuckers who are currently fucking lurking about pretending that they could run a fucking country. Because I think he would be humble enough to know that he didn't have. He'd be just as bad. Germ say. I think the thing is, I think he's got some self-awareness, which I think the other ones don't have. I think he's got some self-awareness, which is I could vote for someone like Jimmy Carter. I've been talking to Ramsey and Jonathan about how I think Jimmy Carter was he was a terrible president in a lot of ways, but he also hit on quite a few fundamental truths about what America is and how America is. And Reagan came along and said, no, it's bollocks, don't worry about that. We'll deregulate the banks. Everybody can have free money. No, don't fucking worry about that. Well, there's tons of oil. There's an infinite amount of fucking oil. You know? Reagan came along and just fucking lied through his teeth. Jimmy Carter made the cardinal sin of telling the truth. And he was a good person. So, but he was a good person, but he was a bad president. Which I don't necessarily think that those two things are like mutually exclusive, but you know, it's getting there. Kanye would have been the best president ever. Whew, he has got serious problems, him. I'll tell you what, they need to reopen insane asylums. This is the problem that we've got. My friend, who I haven't spoken to this friend for a long time, but she used to say she used to say that one of the biggest crimes that Margaret Thatcher did was close all the insane asylums. And you've got all these nutcases on the fucking streets. This is where your taxes should go. Putting people like that in a fucking hospital so they can just bang their heads off walls instead of going around stabbing, shooting, punching, killing, raping, murdering, and all of that kind of fucking shit. Because it's quite easy to spot people who are fucking truly insane. It's just you can't do anything about it at the minute because there's nowhere for them to go. I wonder what the world would look like if the US got the criminals and Australia got the religious outcasts. Well, the British in Australia, the Australians successfully committed genocide, and the world is under the impression that they are surfers. Ernesto Gabriel Kadir T are my current favourite Trudons. I've got Ernesto, but I'm not a fan. Smells like Imperial leather soap. It's like a leather. Reagan was such a cunt, but Bush Senior and Junior are the worst of the bunch. Senior was a fucking absolute fucking terrible fucking cunt. The younger one was just insane. Livid that his father didn't win the fucking war in Iraq. Livid that his father never fucking wanted to regain the family honour. That's why he went into Iraq. Good people make lousy presidents, and it is a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing. It's like what they say, one bad apple fucking spoils the fucking lot. You can't have good people in charge because when they try to do good fucking things, the bad people take advantage. And it's like they say, you need very few fucking bad people. You need very few fucking bad people that will destroy all the good things that people try to do. Merry Christmas, the love beneath. How are you? And thank you to Triple R, my friend. You are too kind. That is a large donation. But thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you. Yep, insane asylums are needed. Most cops are just arresting mentally insane folk all day. Absolutely. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. You know, that's where taxes should that would be a good use of taxpayers' fucking stuff. I would happily put my hand in my pocket and pay a little bit extra tax to reopen stuff like that. And I think it was Frank before who was saying that the oil from he was talking about US oil, but the British used to have oil as well. right? And we should have kept that for ourselves. We should have just kept that for ourselves. Be energy independent, but it was sold on the open market because the companies who fucking extracted it took precedence, which is disgraceful. You know what I mean? Yes, fucking, I get it that like nationalized companies aren't the most efficient, right? I get that, but surely that could be improved. Just get some good people who know what they're fucking doing, man. They're not that rare, surely. You know what I mean? But everything's fucking gimmicked. Everything's like set up so that everybody stuffs their own pockets. Nobody does what's for the better good, the greater good. And we've just been demoralized. That's what Yuri Bezmenov used to say. It's easy to demoralize countries. America's pretty demoralized at the minute. The UK is pretty demoralized at the minute. Western Europe's pretty demoralized at the minute. We don't know who we are. We're having a crisis of fucking confidence. Go and watch Jimmy Carter's fucking speech about confidence in the USA. How we don't know who we are, how we're struggling to fucking be who we are. But for his own country, Clinton was good, especially blacks. He actually knew the African American. The thing is, Bill Clinton came into a time and he ran a surplus. People forget this. Bill Clinton was an excellent president. He was just an utterly reprehensible human being. I mean, he was a lawyer. So, I mean, there's that to start with. But he came in at the time when the Cold War had been won. He came in that sweet spot in between the end of the Cold War and before 9/11. It was the best time in Western history. The 90s was an amazing time and Bill Clinton was right there. Tony Blair was there. I mean, John Major, John Major was a decent person as well, but he was a terrible prime minister. But we're a long way away from the 90s where we live at the minute, friends, I can tell you. As an American, I don't want celebrities running for office. I would rather have a teacher, scientist, or blue or white collar worker running for office. I totally agree. That's what I was saying earlier on. I don't know if you were here, but I said there's no normal people in politics anymore. Sorry, I've just nudged you. There's no normal people. There's nobody who's done what your job is. There's nobody in politics now who has done any kind of job that you or I have ever fucking worked, or anyone you know has worked. You know what I mean? It's mental. Or if they have, they've done it for like a couple of years, 30 years ago. You know what I mean? And they've been in politics ever since, climbing the greasy pole, the horrible fuckers. Reagan opened the floodgates to the modern US lobbyist system. Yep, money, money, money. If they reopened them, we'd never have had the pleasure of Jeremy Fragrance. Clinton was a good president, but he really couldn't keep it in his pants. He was just a despicable man. Celebrities will become more and more popular in politics. They have built in rapid fan bases. Well, Donald Trump. Just look at Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Reagan was a fucking, was an actor. The fuck was he doing in the White House? He was a fucking actor. Have you seen what actors do and get up to? Nancy was a bad lass when she was a fucking young woman. Apparently gave the best blowjobs in Hollywood. That's what she was known for before she married him. She was a throat goat. Welcome, empty cents, and Merry Christmas to you too. Celebrities as politicians are already common in many countries. Yeah, it's awful. But for his own country, Clinton was good, especially blacks. He actually knows the African American anthem, which few people know. That was a gimmick. You can't tell me that was anything more than a gimmick. And maybe he was good for them, but why would Bill Clinton know that for any other reason than it looked good? 90s were peak, all downhill from there. Yep, we've had an absolute nightmare. Well, it's time for us from Yugoslavia, though. Yes, that was that. Sorry, you're right. That is absolutely true. It was a pretty fucking shocking fucking. It was a pretty shocking time in certain other places. Like the former Soviet Union countries didn't have a great time. You know? They really didn't. Apart from Eastern Germany. It was vital those people came in. And Poland, to be fair. Poland had a pretty good time. I'm still proud of the day I had ducks say throat goat. That's pretty awesome. Throat goat. Oh, got an email from Flannels. Thanks for your order. What did you think? Shite. Leave me alone. It's Christmas Day. Not only that, it's 10 to midnight. Behave yourselves, you horrible people. Get out of here. Nixon actually wasn't that bad when he first became president, but lately became an extreme. No, Nixon was always a neurotic, slightly insane, paranoid little man who had massive neurosis about things, and it just became utterly unhinged when he got into power and Kissinger got a hold of him, who was also one of the most reprehensible human beings to have lived in the 20th century. And that is quite some going. People say he was a pragmatist. He wasn't a pragmatist. He was a terrible person. You can be a pragmatist without being such a dickhead. Millions of people died and maybe closer to 1 billion people suffered because of the things that he fucking said and did. I'll see that cunt in hell. Fuck him. I'm still the 90s by Chuck Klosterman is a great book. I read this year. Highly recommend it. But from the virus until now, it seems that worse and worse at full speed. We are going through a spasm as a bloc. Western Europe and America, traditional allies, friends, culturally, spiritually, fucking language-wise, just generally lifestyle-wise, like we're natural fucking friends. When not even friends, it's like family. You know what I mean? We are having we're collectively shitting ourselves, like as people. And it's because of all these rapid fucking changes, and we don't have authoritarian governments like they do in Iran, Russia, China. Like those places. I mean, you look at if you look at places like China's like they're killing thousands and thousands of people regularly. Look what they've done to the Uyghurs. Doesn't matter if they're fucking Muslims or not. They've literally put them in fucking internment camps, like 1 million of them. They've got them picking cotton. It's fucking insane. It's insane. You don't have to be that bad to people to succeed. We're just struggling with the consequences of globalization, the digital revolution, late stage capitalism that we just don't know what to do with. Struggling with all these things, and are we getting a grip of it? We're struggling to come to terms with it at the minute, but I do believe that we will, because we have meritocracy. It's not as much meritocracy as we should have, but we have like a system which rewards good ideas, and we have democracy, which is like the least bad system out of all of them. And I think that even though it's vulnerable to attack from certain things, it's more resilient than the alternative, which is authoritarian governments and communists and fucking dictatorships like they've got in Russia, theocracies as well. Fucking theocracies. How the fuck? It's 2023. Surely not. We need King Charles to take control. I've got a lot more faith in him than I have any of the candidates in America, frankly, if you want the truth, sorry. But if he ever tried to lay his hands on power, that would be the end of the monarchy. That's just how it is. I talked to Ramsey about this before. It's a fault of the American system that your head of government is also your head of state. So the person who decides what to do is also the person who represents the country at large. That's a terrible mistake. You need to split those offices. You need to split those roles. Vote for a head of state, somebody who represents the country, somebody everybody can focus and say, I'm proud of you. And by being proud of you, you represent all of us. And we're proud of everybody. And I'm proud of myself. Like the king is in this country. Like they do bad things, but it's like they're not perfect, but they represent the country, you know? And then you've got the head of government, which is Rishi Sunak at the minute. And you should see the shit that people say about him. And you don't have to feel bad, because he's just the head of government. He's not the head of state. He doesn't represent the state. He's the man who makes the decisions, and he will be got rid of very soon. He will not be around in a year's time. I'm telling you, he's got 6 months, if that. There's talk of a May 5th general election. It'll be the first Thursday in May, which I believe is the 5th this year coming. And he will be gone, and he will stay gone. They are heading for one of the largest fucking election defeats possibly in British history. It'll not be as shocking as when it'll not be as shocking as when Churchill lost his fucking seat. Not his seat, he's after the Second World War, but how am I? Fucking December, January. Right, let's have a look at you. What the fuck? Oh, come off it, you fucking slags. My calendar's shit. It's fucking shit. Oh, no, there it is. So, no, it's the 2nd. So it's either going to be Tuesday, it's either going to be Thursday the 2nd or Thursday the 9th. There'll be a general election. And Rishi Sunak will be banished to the Shadow Realm, quite frankly, because he's been shit and he's been very much let down by the people around him. Tony Blair turned out to be a truly despicable person too, but I guess he was a good politician. He'd still be in power if he hadn't been fucking kicked out by his own side. Clinton sure William and Kate will be insanely popular. I think everybody loves William because of what happened to his mother, bless him. Like Chanel, one guy procures the ingredients, the other makes the perfumes. Yep, exactly. Split the roles. Split the roles, and then you can say you vote for a president who then has no political power, right? But then you've got a prime minister who has all the political power, but they're in charge, and you can sit and berate that fucker until the cows come home because he's making terrible decisions, but without actually slaughtering your country, because he doesn't represent the country, he just represents the government, you know? It's a brilliant idea, and which the Americans really struggle with, because, you know, when you say all these things about Joe Biden, what you're doing is that you're implicitly implying that there's something wrong with you as well, you know? Like when you say he's too old and he's too stupid and he shits himself, you're saying, well, America's too old, it's too stupid and it shits itself because he's the head of state, you know? Now you could say the same thing about King Charles. I don't know that he shits himself, but you kind of worship them in a kind of different way, you know? Like the nationalism. It's an interesting thing. I was talking to Ramsey about that, and he found it quite interesting as well. A good politician doesn't need bodyguards. I assure you that they do. That's a poor grasp of how American presidency works. No, I don't necessarily think the president only votes yes or no on what. No. I'm not talking about how the vote has already passed. No. I'm talking about the roles of the head of government. I'm not saying that he dictates policy, but he will dictate policy because that's implicitly how it works. You know, I'm not talking about the minutiae of how the government works. I'm talking about how the roles are conjoined. So he's the man at the top. He's the chief. He's the executive, right? So he's the chief executive, right? But he's also the chairman of the board. So you need to. What I'm saying is, you need to split those two things. Like those two things need to be need to be split. The separation of power needs to be split. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that he's responsible at the end of the day. He's the one who suffers. He's the man in possession. He's the one in charge. He's the president. He can also veto what Congress passes him as well. You know what I mean? So I would say that you need to separate those powers, those interests. Like the American president just doesn't just turn, unless he gives like a presidential order. You know what I mean? At which point he becomes much more closer to a fucking dictator. Like, he doesn't necessarily dictate policy, but you can't say, I mean, when an American president is voted in, this is the problem with the system that's in America as well. You get lame duck presidents after they've been in office for like fucking, 6 years. They can't do anything. So they just sit there and nothing gets done properly. It has many faults. I'm not saying the British system has many faults, doesn't have many faults. But you've got to remember, we can get rid of our bad prime ministers within a month, like we did with Liz Truss. We can get rid of people like Boris Johnson after 3 years. Lame duck is a feature. Pass and law should take effect and time. I agree. It should take effort and time. I totally agree with you. Absolutely. I'm kind of making like a different point. Similar but different. I would say that you would be better. So I think it is. It's just my opinion. Better served splitting those roles, because I think it causes this kind of dissonance in the American psyche that, like, when you hear an American talk about Biden, they're like, our president is fucking useless, and you can hear the despondency, because it makes it feel as though America's useless because Biden's useless. You know what I mean? But in our system, our parliamentary system, I agree with I Smell there. The people that are being voted in America are just too old. They're just too old. I don't necessarily think you need another Obama who was pretty young, but you just get some middle ground, someone in their 50s. You know what I mean? Like, we could do better is all I'm saying, all of us. I'm just saying we don't have to settle for what we've got at the minute. We could do better. I don't agree with his policies, and we know, honestly, he isn't running the country. He is really running it into the ground, including Congress from both sides. I agree, but like, the point I'm trying to make is it's like this symbolic thing, and it's very important. Symbolism is very important to human beings as a creature. It's something that separates us from the animals. This kind of iconography, this kind of symbolism. It's why art's very important and all that kind of thing. But like, you can hear when people talk about Biden, you can hear when people used to talk about Trump as well. They'd be like, it's a farce. It's like, and I feel like I'm invested in the farce. I feel like I'm invested in the farce because he represents me, because I'm a voter, because I can vote, because I live in this country, I pay taxes, and he is like the person who like represents me, and that's why the American president's always got to come out and say, I'll be the president of all Americans. You know what I mean? It's not perfect. I'm not saying the British way is perfect. I'm glad I live under that system, even though I think the government of the day is absolutely despicable. The government we've got at the minute is so bad. It's so bad. It's not like it's bad with a plan. It's bad without a plan as well. So that not only are they negligent, and I think they're operating in bad faith, quite a lot of them. It's like they're also idiots. Do you remember that old saying? I don't know if you've heard it before. The old saying that fucking, what's worse, a bad person or a stupid person? And people always say a stupid person. At the minute, we've got stupid people who are also bad people. And it's a toxic mix. It's a fucking potent mix. And fucking, I'm telling you, the whole thing about Brexit has absolutely fucked us. We need one person to rule the world, buzz you up for it, give me 10 years. Complete control for 5 years even. I'll sort it out. Just by not being a total dickhead. If everybody agrees to stop acting like a dickhead, but therein lies the problem. How many times have I said you can't get two people to agree on fucking anything? Never mind everything. I grant these is Empty Sense. Thank you, Empty Sense. You can measure a bad country by the number of homeless people. The homeless situation in the West is absolutely despicable. It's disgusting. It's utterly disgusting. Here we have a shit situation too. I agree, Paul. It's Western culture. We're having an absolute spasm. We are absolutely crippled by a complete lack of confidence. We've been demoralized. Everybody has to have an opinion, even when it's just to live by headlines, even when they just live by headlines and TikTok videos. Yes, exactly. There's nobody. When was the last time you heard somebody say, I don't know, when they're talking about politics? Or even just other things. People just fucking try and fill in the blanks, like. Homeless veterans is the thing that always makes my blood boil. Yeah, because it's like, why? That's a particularly niche. That's something that's particularly disgusting. You know what I mean? And a lot of them are fucked up as well. The problem is that Europe is ruled by idiots. Yep, we're all ruled by idiots. I think it's like one of the fucking. It's one of the things that fucking like we've got going on is like a huge. Well, also we've got a huge demographic problem as well. I mentioned it earlier on. There's a huge demographic problem in the West. We're getting older. We're living so long, right? That we're living so long that like it's hamstringing. I don't want to say they're a burden because we're not a burden. Like old people aren't a burden. That's not the way you should view old people. But it's hamstringing the youth. You know what I mean? Like the youth have a terrible fucking like if I was 18 to 21 now, right? I'd be like your prospect as an 18 to 21-year-old are shit. Your life prospects, your standard of living is going to be shit compared to your parents, and your parents' parents as boomers. Boomers especially. If you think of everything the boomers did economically, socially, culturally, as a whole, it has really, really, really left the young people, because what they've done is they've put everything on the mortgage. Think of the fucking scandalous amount of debts that generation has left behind for the future. And their standard of living was considerably higher than ours. I'm not trying to stoke up hatred or fucking anger or anything like that, but like they should be paying off their own fucking debts. But they haven't. They've put it on the mortgage for the rest of what to pay off, for the younger people to pay off. And it remains to be seen whether we do that or not. Be funny. I mean, I say it'll be fucking spoiled. Boomers, spoiled generation that passed it on. Absolutely. That's how I feel personally. I kind of feel like the boomers took all the economic growth, completely unsustainable economic growth, all the resources that have been exploited, and I don't just mean oil, all the rights that they had that we don't have. Like all the fucking things, and now we don't get to have that because we have to pay for them having that. America is currently experiencing a fentanyl epidemic. Unpopular as the sound, America is well overdue to tighten their borders. It's not just tightening your borders, mate. It's tightening your belts. Like, you need to start running a surplus again, and that includes Britain and Europe. Need to stop fucking spending so much on certain things and have to pay off what debts. Fuck knows how debt became such a fetish. Like, totally hamstrung. And it will come to pass because numbers don't lie. Problem is, you don't have any policies to increase the birth rate, tax rates. Taxes are through the moon. Inflation, house prices are outrageous. School and justice system are falling apart. Totally. And if you look at it, 40 years ago, that wasn't the case. When boomers had their lives, none of that was true. Yes, things have advanced with technology. Yes, things have advanced with in certain ways, but they've gone back. You don't see one single policy to improve any of that. None. Absolutely none. The EU just takes away the freedom. It's too simplistic to say that. I think it's far too simplistic to say that. I think it's just blame it on one thing. And Tripler has donated a lot to me there and says it is for my automobile fund. Lovely man. Enjoy talking to Tripler. We email and we talk about things. And it's good. Not anything sinister. We're not plotting anything, don't worry. I've met so many good people. Which gives me faith, gives us hope. You know? I have hope in us that people aren't really that the way they seem on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. That people are better than that. And that we will do something, we will endure. The automobile again, best of luck. Honestly, it's dead. It's dead. I think the engine's gone. The turbo's definitely gone, but whether the engine's fucked as well, we will have to wait until next week to find out. And I'm absolutely shitting me whack because I do think that the engine's fucked. I do think the engine's dead. And I'm absolutely wounded by it. Wounded. Because the standards can't compare to Western Europe. Sorry, what's this? You don't see one, so at least Creed and Guerlain are lowering their prices. Well, I mean, that's a fair point, isn't it, you know? No real independence in exchange for free travelling. Your EU is not good for most Eastern European companies. The numbers would disagree with you. Poland is becoming the country that it really is. Poland's an amazing place. The people are amazing. The country's amazing. Their economy's going to be fucking massive soon. They're rearming at a fucking incredible rate because they're worried about the Russians coming. And the Russian people I say the Russians are coming, the Russian government. You have to separate the government from the people. I think that we fail to do this too often as well when we're talking about things. I do. They're worried. Rich, you want to buy a car? It's not that I want to buy a car. I desperately don't want to buy a car, but I'm going to have to buy a car. I'm going to have to buy a car because my car died on the 23rd, the night before Christmas Eve. And then, when I got my friend, get this, I asked my friend if he would take us down to the garage that recovered it. When we got there, my friend insulted the fucking woman behind the till who happened to be the mechanic's mother. She was an old woman. She was in her 70s, right? My friend insulted her. The mechanic heard him, came out and kicked the shit out of him on Christmas Eve. Couldn't believe I was mortified. Mortified. Unbelievable. I was like, what the fuck you doing? He was like, oh, they're trying to rip us off. I was like, you take the piss. I was like, one, it's £2.37. Two, she's not trying to rip you off. She's been calm as fuck with you. He snatched some money out of her fucking hand. They started bickering over a penny. Right? Which I eventually put my hand in my pocket and I was like, look, I'll pay the penny. There you go. Insulted her how? He swore at her. And, oh, what was it? He was like, Jesus Christ. He was like, that pump. He was like, when he started pumping the fuel, he was like, oh, it already had £2.37 on the pump. She was like, oh, it might have been from like the last person who put the petrol in. He was like, well, I'm not paying it. And she was like, right. And then he came storming back in for some reason, right? And he was like, it's fucking ridiculous, this. He was like, are you trying to rip us off? This is fucking a joke. And like, he gave her the money, right? And like, she was obviously pissed off at this point, right? And she was like, oh, it's £10 a penny, not £10. And he was like, oh, just give us £10 change. She was like, no, I want the penny. And obviously because there'd been fucking pointless fucking argument. Because he'd started like a dickhead and he was like, fuck off. Basically told her, fuck off, walked out. He was like, Jesus Christ. And he was giving her bad looks and that. And she got really upset. She started like, she had tears in her eyes. She was like, I want him off my property. She was like, call the police. And I was like, right, it's okay. She was like, it's not okay. I was like, no, that's not what I meant. I was like, it's not okay what he's done. I was like, I'm very sorry. And then the mechanic, the next thing I knew, the fucking mechanic who was about 6'5", right? And my mate's about 5'3", and he weighs about fucking, 140 pounds if he's lucky, right? The mechanic, who weighs twice as much and was about 1.5 feet taller than him, had him up by his throat, up against the wall, right? And then threw him down on the ground and slapped him, right? And I was like, you know what it is? You can't really fucking argue with that. You can't argue with that, to be honest. Like, mate, you've insulted the bloke's mother in front of him, in front of everyone. Mechanic has grip strength. Oh, I wouldn't have liked to have been grabbed by him. He was bigger than me. And he was like, get that fucking cunt out of here. He's never coming back here again. I was like, I am sorry. After he dropped us off, right? Because after this, he had to take us to the fucking... He had to take us to the... After this, he had to take us to the... what was it? He had to take us to the car rental place. And we were sitting in the car. He was like, can you believe that? I was like, no. And I answered a different question he asked. Do you know what I mean? He was thinking, fucking, can you believe what they've said? Can you believe what's just happened there? I was like, no, I can't fucking believe what you just said there. My Jesus. And he took us to the place, and after he dropped us off, after I dropped us off and I got the car, I had to drive around a few shops. I had to get a bunch of flowers and take them back to her. I've been going to that garage for 20 years. They call us by my first name. They know who I am. They knew me dad. They knew me mother and me father. Not that I speak to me dad. They know I don't speak to him. That's how well they know us. They know that I don't talk to me father. That's how well they know us. Absolutely fucking mortified. Mortified I was. Mike, that's harsh. I'm not sure George is 5'3". He might be. George wouldn't do that. George wouldn't behave like that. George wouldn't have sworn or snatched money out of her hand or fucking like threatened it. They all thought he was on drugs. Because the first thing they said when I went back in, she was like, was he on drugs? I was like, I fucking don't have a clue. Hey, my God in heaven. I was fucking mortified. Just the thought of it now is making us feel sick. Top 10 frags that need to go to help me buy a new car video coming soon. It's as if you don't know me at all, mate. Anoush has donated. Thank you, Anoush. I was talking about how great Anoush was the other day. We were having a... Who was I talking to? I was talking to a few people. Loving Anoush. Anoush sent us a present. He sent us a bottle of Elvis cologne. What a lovely thing to do. And after last year as well, sending us the 80s to Venustus, Irish Nazarena. Irish Nazarena? Iris Nazarena. Juba Rose is getting into me head. Poland and Czech Republic are the only exceptions to what? No, Slovakia's going to have a higher. Slovakia's going to have a higher standard of living by the international standard than Britain is soon. Can you imagine that? Slovakian's going to have a fucking. Is it Slovakia? I think it is Slovakia. Going to have a higher standard of living than Britain soon. Because Brexit's absolutely fucked with one of the most disgusting things that's happened to this country in living memory, if not the worst. Up there with the Iraq War. Prices are too high. Well, they're not going down, mate, unfortunately. Insulted our house. I read that. Fahrenheit. Yes, you could have been wearing Fahrenheit. The Trumpiest farmers and builders that I know all rely on undocumented immigrant workers unless we want those jobs and work those fields. It only sounds good to complain about borders on TV. Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to remember America's built on immigration. Like, it is an immigrant country. I'll never, ever forget when Cuddles said America's full. It was one of the most laughable statements I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. All you've got to do is look at America at night from a satellite to know that America's not full. America's fucking empty, mate. It's nearly as empty as Canada. Right? It's a laughable statement, but then everything Cuddles fucking says is a laughable statement. The fucking raging pedophile. Sorry. The allegedly. The fucking nonce. You can't go to the kingdom of heaven with money in your pocket, says all my guys. Or worship God. You'll always be pawns in this world. I agree. It's a hell of a picture you've got there. Who's she, all my guys? Is that you? Because you are very lovely if that's true. Good for you. Should have just left the natives alone. Now you serve two masters. Fortunately not. I told both exactly what I thought. All I've got to do is say my true feelings and I'll be alright. Where's the salute? Where is the salute? There it is. Sending a Nuja salute. But that's not all. Whoa, what have I pressed? My problem with Poles is they often act like they are superior to the rest of us southeasterners. Well, they don't when they're over here. They're alright, the Poles. Fought in the First, Second World War with. Polish women are so beautiful. America was built on backbone of black people. In some cases, yes, it wasn't just built by that. I mean, you've got to remember, America is a continent, not a country. It's vitally important that people remember that. The United States of America, each one of those states is a country. A lot of them bigger than the UK. Like I said, Texas dwarfs the UK, I believe. I know, but I can go to Laser Quest. George, have you hung around with George? No, I've never met George, but he has threatened to come and meet me a couple of times, which I should really do. When can Brexit get a referendum? It'll be after. Well, Keir Starmer, who's the leader of the opposition, who will be voted in May, has said that he won't reverse Brexit. So even though he wants to, he won't. So it won't be him, but somebody will try. Somebody will try. I think by 2030, somebody will give it a go. So there'll be a clamour for it. What he'll do is he'll lay the groundwork for it. And he'll try and find somebody a bit like Nigel Farage to lead the charge. Because he's not the world's most inspiring man, is Keir Starmer. But he is competent. Which is just what this country fucking needs. I should say this, I'm not aligned to any political party, but we desperately need rid of the Tories. I always say Tories rather than Conservatives. because that's what they are. They're the Conservative Party of the UK. To the Americans watching, the Conservatives in this country are not what you would recognise as Conservatives. They are like they're a gang. They're they're a small clique of people who went to Oxford, sometimes Cambridge, the elite universities. They've all known each other since they were fucking children. They all went to the same schools, they go to the same clubs, their parents knew each other, and this goes back generations. And I do mean generations, hundreds and hundreds of years. And you can get into the club with money and power, but they are very much a cabal of people. I know the word cabal has been used about like things like not to do with the way I'm using it. USA takes more than 1 million immigrants a year, more than any country. When people complain about immigrants, it is the over 3 million trying to cross the border illegally every year and let into the country with a court date 5 years down the road. No, I agree. I agree that controlling your borders is one of the most important fucking things about being a country. And that it's unfair on the people who have been there a long time, and it's not right. It's more that it's not right, not that it's not fair. Especially in America, you've got to remember everybody here, everybody in this chat who's American is an immigrant at some point in their past, right? Most people around the world, people move around, right? But I agree with you, in the modern day and age, with nation states as they are now, with borders, you either have a border or you don't have a fucking border, right? And I agree with you that it is the illegal immigration that people are pissed off about, because it's like, who left the front door open and people are just fucking walking in willy-nilly? Who the fuck are they? Do you know what I mean? It's not fair, it's not right, and it's certainly not fair to the legal immigrants who did everything right. You know? Who did everything they're supposed to be. How's that fair on them? That's not fair on them. Because a lot of those people are trying to get away from the other people who are fucking coming in illegally. Let's be honest. That's why a lot of legal migrants are very hawkish on migration, because they are trying to escape, like, they're trying to escape some, like, hideous fucking situation that they've been in, you know? And then they see the fuckers crawling through the fucking floorboards, getting in illegally, following them in, and the old problems of the old world flow into the new one, and it's not fair. Drugs you need to try, boss, says Bilbo. North America was actually built mostly by European immigrants and Chinese on the west coast. Don't forget that. But you've got to remember the culture of America. Massive fucking European influence, mostly European influence. You're a democracy after all, you know? A lot of drugs are coming through that border as we speak. Well, I can tell you, I'm an island nation. Britain has the second largest cocaine habit in the world, right? Let's not take the fucking piss here, right? Money is what drives the drug trade, not fucking immigration, right? It's money. And as long as there's demand, right, you're going to have supply. So that argument can be stuffed up your backside fucking sideways. That is the just drugs, the whole illegal drug fucking thing is just a madness. They'll look back in hundreds of years' time and they'll be like, good God, what were they thinking? How did they think that was going to work? Excuse me whilst I hydrate. Do you know, I've actually drank a considerable smaller amount of water tonight, than I ever have done on stream, which is strange. Silver Panther says we are not a democracy. I understand where you're coming from. The problem you've got is that it's a bi. Do I want to say bipartisan? It's a. There's only like it's a duality. It's a duopoly. That's what I mean. Yeah, legal immigrants go through the process and do things correctly and wait years while the cartel charges 10K pass them through the border. Them people need taken out, permanent, dealt with. People smugglers, people traffickers. Just find them and do something permanent about them. Having no Canada-USA border would help with no duties on my frag orders, says Mike. I'll tell you what, that North American, was it not, what are they called it? NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement. Wasn't that somebody take you out of that? Somebody scapegoated that? I don't know if you're still in that. You shouldn't have duties. If you were still in that, it's like me with perfume over here. I've got to pay 20% bought from anything, anywhere in the world. It's fucking disgraceful. It's just a pain in the arse. It's just made life worse, harder, shitter. We can debate the fucking philosophical part of it, but the fact of the matter is, it's just made life harder. You know what I mean? It's shit. It's like, cheers for that. Like, if Brexit had worked and it was a good idea, I'd be fucking buzzing. But it hasn't. It's just made everything shit as fuck. Look at everything that's happened since it went down in this country. We're considerably poorer. The economy is fucking 4% a year smaller than it would have been, right? Since it happened. We've got to pay 20% on fucking everything. If I wanted to fucking buy something, right? Say if Dura Rose fucking wanted to sell me a perfume, right? From Ireland, right? I would have to pay 20% on that. Fucker lives closer to me than somebody in London does. Fuck away off. Like, Dublin is like less far away from me than London, I think. I'm saying that now, I'm doubting myself. How far is Newcastle to Dublin? Let's have a look. Newcastle to Dublin. Not the ferry. Miles. Yeah. If you want to walk, it's 328 miles. Yeah, it's about 200. It's about the same distance. It's about the same distance between Newcastle and London. How long is Newcastle to London? So it's about the same. In fact, no, it's about 50 kilometers shorter. It's about 50 kilometers shorter. So that's about 30 miles. So yes. And plus the history of England and Ireland together, they shouldn't be putting fucking... There shouldn't be fucking all of these fucking things when you're that close together. Can you believe it? A nerdy looking white guy from the USA controlled 80% of the coke trade in the 70s, called George Young. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Most of them are just anonymous people, the real ones, the real dealers. You know, and then what happens is that you get, every once in a while, you get a Pablo Escobar or a Daniel Kinahan or you get some cunt who fucking wants everybody to know, but without saying, like a nudge and a wink. Like, yeah, I sell loads of fucking drugs, mate. I'm a big fucking player. I'm a big lad. And they're the ones who get shot and killed in their fucking toilet. You know what I mean? By the fucking feds, because they take the piss. The real big drug dealers are people you've never heard of before. It's the same with the fucking banking system. The real big fucking players are the people you've never fucking heard before. I'm tired. I can't believe I've gone for fucking 4.5 hours. I'm going to be in a fucking state tomorrow. Jeremy Escobar. True indeed. It's the same with all the things. All the people who have the real power and the real money, you've just never fucking heard of them. because they don't want it. You know what I mean? It's been an epic stream, says Germs. I'm fucking... I don't know where this has come from. Fuck knows. I did have my injection today, so maybe I'm feeling a bit better, and that's what's happened. My God. Should I go to 5 hours? Christmas miracle, says Santa Mums. You're spot on. It's an absolute Christmas miracle. Giants defense just shit the bed, says Iceman. I like that about America. They've got sport on Christmas Day. We don't have sport on Christmas Day. Ours is Boxing Day. Nothing happens in the UK on Christmas Day. It's the only day that McDonald's shuts because it's legally required. It's legally required in this country that you've got to shut your shops on Christmas Day. It's a hangover from fucking... it's a hangover from the... from when like we were like religious. When we were like a theocracy. Well, not a theocracy, but like a more religious country. The only guarantor of your rights back in the day was the church. It's the only reason that you ever got fucking Sundays off was because of the church. Araby for scent of the night. It's a sweet, sweet perfume. That's too sweet. I used to wear Araby every Christmas because I thought it smelled like Christmas cake, and then I was like, I don't even fucking like this very much. Why am I wearing it on Christmas? I'll keep the Serge Luton aspect though. Oh my Jesus. I'm so tired. All of a sudden it's just come over us. Has anybody else got anything they want to say? Has anybody got something that they think like they disagree with us about? Because I know Silver Panther said a couple of good things which I appreciated greatly. You know? Because I'm very aware about fucking ranting on the internet and fucking pontificating my side of the fucking story as if I know what I'm fucking talking about. I'm just one duck with an opinion, and one of my worst fears is having that people wouldn't feel that they could. What's the word for it? What's the word for it when someone disagrees with you? I can't contradict us. Somebody couldn't contradict us, you know, or feel that they couldn't contradict us. Whether they were right or wrong, we can decide that. I wouldn't like to just sit here and be like, fucking, no, you can't say that, because that is absolute fucking AIDS. That is so fucking bad when, like, the whole... Because if you're really wrong, I'll fucking expose you. You know, and I've got confidence in myself. Disagreement, amen, it's just as... But it's the way that it's sweet. The Araby is sweet in a sickly kind of way. Like it's not just sweet, it's rich. Whereas Amen's got this kind of tar, you know. It's got the mint and the lavender as well, which kind of like evens the outrageous sweetness. I'm not arguing with you that it's a disgracefully fucking sweet fragrance, but just love it though. Do you know what I mean? Have you ever tried Angel Man? The original one? Because that is absolutely batshit. That fucking shit will you will catch sugar diabetes in a fucking heartbeat. They call Speedos budgie smugglers in Australia. They call them here as well. Correct, you turn into an Aussie. Excuse me. Oh, I'll go for another 5 minutes. We'll get past 4 hours, 4 minutes. We'll get past 4 hours, 40 minutes and 44 minutes and 44 seconds. Ugh. Because again, I like that kind of thing. Oh. My arse is going to be fucking killing the more I've been sat on it all night. But I do enjoy these streams. I enjoy talking to you and discussing things, perfume especially. You know, I've let my hair down a bit tonight. I say I've let my hair down, but you know what I mean. I've relaxed a little bit into it. Talked about various things. I've focused on America, even though I'm British. But I just think it's interesting to get a point of view. A point of view that is from the outside. It's like a lot of people will turn around and say, well, what business is it of yours? It's like, well, I can fucking have an opinion on it, whether it's my business or not. You know? And you don't have to listen. But people can do the same thing. I'm happy to discuss fucking British fucking politics with people as well, and just how shit this fucking country is. Oh my God. What we're like. Oh, we'll get through it. We'll keep going. One foot in front of the other, friends. Don't worry. It'll be alright. A confession, says Empty Sense. This could be anything, this. I like the reformulation of grey flannel. I admit it, a guilty pleasure. Outrageous. Out. Get out. Out. You've gone too far. We made it to 40. We made it to 4 hours and 40 minutes, and then Empty Sense, he's lowered the tone. There is a new law which will make exporting natural resources for perfumes harder in Asia. Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, this is where protectionism is taking us, isn't it? You know? Although I do think there do need to be a little bit reining in for fucking... There did need to be a bit of reining in as far as exploiting the natural resources of places so that we could have nicer things and they have to go without in their own land. You know? Just be a little bit less fucking greedy, like. I suppose that's what I'd like to see in the fucking world. I'd just like to see people being a bit fucking... being a bit more reasonable, like. You know? I'm sending a message to Victor Wong to create the fragrance duck for zoologist. I think Eugene's mentioned that before, but not... excuse me. Not necessarily in relation to me, but he was like, well, we're just kind of joking on. He was like, yeah. Get Victor Wong to make duck for you. I was like, yeah. I'm sure he will make duck one day, but it'll not be about me. Henry Sense is having a laugh. Your opinion is more informed than most fellow Americans I have dialogues with. People are so polarised here, having an opinion outside of mainstream media is rare these days. Yep. I'll say one thing as well. There's a lot of people in America who think being the opposite of CNN puts them in some kind, or like CNN or Fox News puts them in some kind of like independent thought bracket, and it's like, well, seriously, if you wanted to manipulate people, you would just, that's what you would do. Like, it's very easily manipulated position to get people to act diametrically opposed to like what you're saying. You can easily manipulate people. If you know somebody's going to do the opposite of what you say, you can manipulate them with the greatest of ease. So being contraire sometimes, yes, just make a decision on it case by case. People are so damn spoiled here. Confession, as a child I once peed in my sister's shampoo when she was being rude. I wish I had thought of that. Fucking rights. That would be a great idea. Fuck. James, no more tangles or phrase. But this last creation will be Homo sapiens, says Duchamp. Oh, fuck me. How's this happening? Fuck it, we're going 5 hours. It's only fucking 14 minutes away. It's not long. I hate how people subscribe to a set of political opinions and don't consider things individually. Absolutely. Absolutely. You have to make... It's a habit you can get into. It's never too late, though, says James. I would have to find the fuck... I haven't spoken to her for fucking ages. Like, I would have to somehow mince into our house and fucking... Need a pit. Well, I mean, I always need a fucking slosh, don't I? I just have to go in well hydrated. 5-5. I've got I might wear amber and away tomorrow. I don't know what to wear. I smelled Tsar today, and it reminded us that spring is coming. Spring is next. Well, winter's just arrived, like so. But we're over the halfway point of the rotation, the autumn-winter rotation, friends. And there are going to be some new fragrances joining us in the spring and summer. Considerably less than what I've got here. I need to wear my amens a bit, otherwise I'm going to have to sell them because it's not fair, because they're very rare and hard to get and the prices are batshit like. So, can you get me a Newcastle jersey? Never mind, I think I can get it here. You lazy shite. Get it yourself. They're being sold fucking everywhere, to be fair. Oh, they're being sold absolutely fucking everywhere because they've got the... Well, I would wait until next season because Adidas are getting the license for Newcastle next season. So I would just wait, mate. My mum offered to buy us one for Christmas, and I was like, yeah, I would have one now, but I would prefer to get one when Adidas start making them again. So that is going to be fun. I watched the We Are Newcastle United documentary today. All 4 episodes. Watched that for Christmas. That was good. I enjoyed that. When they went to Adidas headquarters in Germany and they were like, all the Adidas people were like, loads of people in the company secretly wanted Newcastle to come back because that fucking home jersey in the 90s was a thing of fucking beauty. Possibly one of the finest football jerseys ever fucking made. I had one and it's fucking, I mean, it's long gone, like, it's long gone, but it had the brown ale star on the front. Welcome, Anuj, and thank you, Anuj. You are too good to me. I appreciate. Bought me a massive Christmas coffee. Ooh, I've only got 16% battery left, and we're going to survive for another 10 minutes. Oh no. It was the Blue Star jersey that... No, it wasn't the blue... Was it? No, it wasn't. Was it? No, it wasn't. It was the brown ale jersey. It was the oval brown ale jersey, the black and white one. The one Alan Shearer, when he signed, it was the one he was wearing. It was utterly beautiful. The material was gorgeous. Yeah, lots of people have just joined. Welcome. Welcome, new people. Welcome, Anuj. And thank you, Anuj. Is this the longest stream you've ever done? Yes. The longest stream that on my individual channel, yes. If anybody would like to like the stream, I would appreciate it greatly. Get to 60 likes. That would be the most I've had while actually still streaming. Those players, Rob Lee, Alan Shearer, David Ginola, it was some fucking team, that. It was some side, that. I want to share this with you. On the 27th of December, I am moving to Lithuania. Whoa! You're moving to Lithuania? Like, tell us more. What for? Are you moving there for a girl? Are you moving there for a job? Are you moving there for a laugh? What's happening? Why is that? Why are you moving there? Is everything okay? You're a qualified. I don't know if I should say what you are, but congratulations. Anyway, yes, congratulations. Empty Center's right. Congratulations. Well done. My God, my feet are cold as fuck. My circulation's not great. Oh. Oh my Jesus. Lithuania sounds like a chemical element. You're thinking of lithium. Silly balls. Oh, 59 likes, friends. Mike says, is that where the perfume and aroma factory is located? In Lithuania. In deepest Lithuania. I think there's a lot of amber in Lithuania. Jantar, as we call it. That's like in the Baltic states, isn't it? Yes. 60 likes, thank you. I don't usually get asked about likes. I ask people if they'll like the stream for certain, like maybe once or twice a stream, but I don't like to bother people because it does my fucking tits in when people are like, you will rarely, if ever, I don't think I have ever said, like, comment, and subscribe. In fact, I'm certain I've never said like, comment, and subscribe. So basically, excuse me. Oh God! Wow. So basically, my fiance is from Lithuania. This summer, she found a job opportunity that was a dream, and I could not say no. So I supported her, and she got accepted. Oh, well done. What are you going to do over there? Have you found a job? I am happy. I'm happy that you're getting married as well. You used to have your girlfriend on the channel, didn't you? That was a long time ago. 61 likes now. Sorry, I'm bad about remembering to do that. No, it's fine. I don't like to hassle people. I don't like to hassle people. You just did it twice. No, I appreciated that as I was saying it. I was like, I've just said that now, haven't I? People are so tall in Lithuania, you want to go to fucking Sweden. Yes, that's right, Rich. So what are you gonna do when you get over there? Are you gonna follow your chosen profession? I remember what your profession is. But would you specialize in Lithuanian? Or would you have to start and do something different? So I work remotely to an American company as an employment counselor. Ah, nice. Oh, well, there we go. That's the beauty of the internet, that. And they allowed me to work from Lithuania. That's amazing. There you go, you see. Absolutely brilliant. That is amazing. Will moving your frag collection be difficult across many countries? Yes, how are you going to do that? Are you going to have to leave it in Portugal? Oh my God. Will it be easy to buy perfume in Lithuania? Silver Panther makes a very good point. I forgot the priorities. My God. Problem, can't move over 400 bottles at once. Oh no, you're going to have to drive backwards and forwards. Exactly. Oh no. I'm moving in with Boz, says Bilbo. Bilbo fucking loves Boz. He's a big fan. Oh, scented moments. Your Gucci Intense Oud review was stellar. One of my better pickups this. Yeah. I gave Gucci and Tansuit away. Can you believe it? Yes, priorities might need to go remote with the fiance instead. That's right. Bilbo is going to watch you sleep. He's going to lean over you, gently caressing your brow as you sleep. Oh. Oh, Jacob's streaming. Sorry about that, Jacob. I had no idea. Oof. Silver Panther. So I already sent a few, but I'm still far from it. Have you got like what are you having to prioritize which fragrances you're taking over? Like, they have a great perfume culture though. That's excellent. Do they have like a shop? It's in the EU, isn't it? Lithuania's in the EU. So you don't have to worry about like buying stuff from different places. So there won't be like tariffs and stuff like that. Is there a free trade agreement? Oh, yeah. Yes, I'm basically prioritizing based on the content I want to release in the future. Yes. Nice. 5-hour stream. Merry Christmas. I'm going to sneak in while he's sleeping and jerk him off, says Bilbo, you pervert. Dildo fraggins more like. I'm going to get a hold of him. Touch him up. 5-hour stream. How do you say like, comment, and subscribe in Lithuanian? Time to go, says Boz. Good evening, Boz. I can't believe I've done a 5-hour stream. How the hell have I done that? My voice is going to be in pieces tomorrow. Damn, Bilbo, one day, you can't go without. They're part of the EU and they have a few niche fragrance stores. Being the best one, creme de la creme. I will look that up. I wonder if they'll send me perfume. Merry Christmas, Duck. Can't believe you're on at this time. It's a Christmas miracle. I'm going in a minute. I'm literally going in a minute. Good night, boss. I'm going in a minute. I am literally going to... I'm going to go to bed. God knows if I'll be able to sleep. I might start streaming again in fucking 20 minutes when I'm like, oh, I'm sick of lying down. Their language is so hard to learn. Is it Cyrillic? Do they have Cyrillic writing? Because that would do me in, like, that I wouldn't be able to deal with that. Like, they're really difficult to learn another writing system. Sweet dreams, boss. I'll be in shortly. I can learn you a Cyrillic. I'm not sure I could be bothered with Cyrillic. I'm struggling with English, man. Newcastle are on early tomorrow as well. I have to see if Greg's is open in the morning. Greg's. Is it open tomorrow? Tell me. From 6:30 to 6 p.m. I do want to stop by. But, oh, there's a Greg's down the bottom as well. I forgot about that. Greg's. Holiday opening times. Christmas Day closed. Ah, so you'll be open tomorrow. That's good fun. I say it's good fun. It's good for me because I'll be able to eat something. Merry Christmas, Rich, and all this will be an epic stream to watch back later. Oh, honestly, mate, the amount of shit we've covered. No, not Cyrillic. Okay. Glad I was able to catch the stream. At least I only partially says I smell. Thank you for coming. Okay. And that is it. 34 loyal viewers. For the people who have been here the whole time, God bless you and all who sail in you. I don't know how you did it. I have been, frankly, not been listening to everything I've been saying myself, so God knows how you've managed it. And that is it. This has been the mighty Christmas stream. 5 hours of the finest bullshit that I could muster. I am knackered. I hope I have not bored you to tears. Thank you very much for keeping me company. Thank you to those who donated. Thank you to those who liked and commented. Kept me company, kept me going. I appreciate and love you all. And I will see you again soon. Absolutely no doubt. What a fucking night. Goodbye, everyone.